Hello, everyone. Hope you're all having a good Sunday so far. Welcome back to Control. And as I said at the end of last stream, offline, I ran through some of the side quests, like doing Ati's clean up the mold and the clog and stuff like that. I realized too late that I probably should have at least done the altered items for Langston on stream, because some of those did actually have, they were, a couple of them were kind of inventive. The stoplight had like, in order to get to the stoplight to cleanse it, you had to play the game red light green light, you know, where if the red light's showing, you have to stop, otherwise you have to restart. And when the light is showing green, then you can move. And then for the flamingo, you actually encounter the former, like the giant bug in the dark astral plane. You run into him again, you just fight it, you know, like the first time with the fridge. But it is interesting that you do see the former again, but unfortunately I kind of realized far too late that those things occurred, so sorry about that. But since I did do those, I wanted to show off the outfits that you get. So you get the janitor's assistant for finishing all of Ati's quests. You get the expedition gear for doing a like the highest tier expedition in the jukebox. I did not do that. I used the save editor to get this outfit, and the extra dimensional suit you get through playing some arcade games in a section of the Alan Wake DLC. I will not be doing that, so I decided to unlock that so I could show this off as well. The golden suit we had already gotten. The office assistant outfit we get when you play through the end game, when you do the segment where she has been taken by the hiss, and you do that office assistant segment. Candidate P7 we already saw. It's, you know, pretty shitty. The Astral Dive suit was one of the PlayStation exclusives that was unlocked. Okay, so I guess I should say the extra dimensional suit by default is actually white. The black is a mod that I have on because I think it looks better than the white one. The Astral Dive suit also does not look like this. I think the pink and the black looks pretty cool, so I put that on. Let's see. And then the expedition gear and the janitor's assistant. Okay. So those are these are all the outfits you can get in the game. Okay, so with that, we are going to the Alan Wake DLC. We are going to the investigation sector.
Hello? Anyone here?
Guess not.
Oh, actually, now that I'm seeing this, I did pick up a few collectibles while we were out. Some I found while I was just wandering around, and you get a few every time you do like the altered items and stuff like that. So yeah, okay, so that's the regular director's suit that you use, but like I said before, I use the mod because I think it looks better. Okay, so Panopticon Methods Proposal by Frederick Langston. In this proposal, I'd like to explore the matter of containment policy. When an altered item enters the oldest house, we thoroughly investigate any possible combination of actions or words or material that will prevent the item from applying its altered effect. However, I work with these entities every day, and I have good reason to believe that a less convoluted form of containment is possible. The items crave blank. If we initiated a series of blank praising the items, or perhaps incorporating their images into pieces of blank that could be visited throughout the Bureau, I believe the altered items would behave without needing to resort to blank or blank, which only lead to the items feeling mistreated. If we treat them like criminals, we can't be surprised when they try to escape. And this is another note. I guess spoilers, but just to get it out in the open, Langston is the author of the infamous Tennyson report that you may have seen mentioned a few streams ago that Trench was going on the warpath about. And it's because of his idea to do different things for how they treat the altered items. Okay. Actually, hang on just one sec. Okay, sorry. Okay, slide projector, blank. Object is a blank with a vertical tray. The object creates blank. The only blank to successfully produce this effect has resulted in the capture of blank. Object has not been successfully bound. The parry utility of this object does not require binding. Discover when the Bureau responded to the ordinary AWE. Many of the accompanying adults were disappeared. The entirety of the dump was transported to the Bureau for examination to find additional slides or other altered materials. Sterling summary. Okay, so this one is found in, if you recall, when we talked to Emily, not last stream, but like the end of 2 streams ago, Emily said that they had found Tomasi, the communications director, in the turnstile where we found the ordinary AWE dump. And in that location, in the Sterling AWE, is a hexagonal like stone in the middle, and this is what that is. The paranatural object appeared in a field outside the town of Sterling, Colorado, near a billboard advertising blank. No civilians were injured, though a family dog has been reported as missing since the event. Local authorities arrived on the scene and began issuing orders over a monitored line of communication, using several watchwords flagged by the Bureau, including blank. Bureau agents from the regional office were dispatched and arrived 2 hours after local police. The situation was contained and analysis began. Bureau research staff arrived the next day and examined the object. After blank days of evaluation, the object was lifted into an enclosed truck with built-in BlackRock panels and relocated to Bureau headquarters via the subway transit system leading to the oldest house. Sterling supplement. Event date, May 4th, 2016. Local witnesses report a bright flash in the field at approximately blank. No noise accompanied the light. Authorities had assumed the object fell from the sky, but our examination found the object actually manifested there, vaporizing the soil around it in an intense spherical blank, which possibly explains the light seen from the town. The object is a hollow sphere made of a stone-like material. Structural analysis of the material does not blank on record. The sphere has a broken portion, as if something blank from the object. The object has been inactive since arriving at the Bureau. The communications department officially stated to the press the object was a small meteor, while also using America Overnight to say it was a UFO. This AWE will be studied into the containment sector until a spherical object is deemed safe to be transferred into the investigation sector. Hand chair procedures. This was one of the objects that Langston needed found. Acquisition date, February 10th, 2006. Item must be kept in isolation, removed from other insecure objects. Under no circumstances is the item to be sat in. Description. A plastic seat shaped like a human hand from the 1960s. The hand's palm forms a seat with the fingers acting as the chair's back. Yes, these were real. I have seen them. The item affects gravitational forces, attracting and repelling objects near itself with a force of blank. Its fingers have also been observed to change position, though too quickly to be witnessed or filmed. The item may be changing forms rather than moving. The item only displays these effects during full moons. Sample analysis confirms that it contains human genetic material. Found in a warehouse at Blank, Albany, a team of ranger trainees accompanied by an experienced field agent were dispatched to investigate local rumors when they encountered the item. Okay, so this also ties in with a couple other things. So the background found in a warehouse at Blank, Albany, a team of ranger trainees. So it turns out that the ranger trainees, one of the ranger trainees was Arish, and Arish tells you this at the end of his side quest to find the pouches from his friends that have been turned into hiss. When all those people that he wanted the pouches from were the trainees that were on this mission. Letter procedures. Acquisition date 10/13/2014. These letters are found in Dead Letters, the area called Dead Letters, which, as it turns out, I forgot. There's actually an additional 3 levels to that area that you can only get to through hover. You have to jump up on like on a ledge and then hover up, and then you can climb on up to the next area. I had totally forgotten about that. BlackRock paneling suppresses the item's effect. A stack of 4 envelopes, each containing a single page of paper. All 4 letters are illegible due to extreme water damage. The envelopes, curiously, do not show any sign of such damage and are covered in messages of love. The items are able to move short distances at a pace of less than blank and always in a blank direction. This is the first altered item to have multiple separate parts, a fact previously believed to be an impossibility by somebody. A proposal to take the items outside the oldest house and follow their movement to its final destination is under consideration with the budget committee. Item was found in the Dead Letters archive, where the Herd archivist found it attempting to escape a filing cabinet. She reports having no record of the item in her archive of letters. Mannequin procedure. This is found in P6. In like when you enter P6, there's like the twisty tunnel, kind of like how the TV did. It when you approach the mannequin, it will multiply, and you have to find the real mannequin among the haystack of fake mannequins. Acquisition date December 23rd, 1967. Known procedures for preventing the item's effect. Update. March 1990. Lining the item cell with the newly discovered BlackRock has yielded positive results. Test with other altered items. A wire and fabric waist mannequin. The base and head are made of stained wood. The item duplicates. The trigger for this behavior is unknown. No correlation can be found in either the number of duplications that manifest during an episode or the duration for which they last before disappearing. Pink Flamingo procedure. Acquisition date August 12th, 1997. No unique procedure required. Altered status is suspected but unverified. A plastic pink flamingo lawn ornament and 2 steel prongs extend from its underside. The item is suspected to influence atmospheric physics, altering meteorological phenomena in the area. This effect is currently unconfirmed. New altered effect has been observed, and that is because, as I said earlier, the former was trying to infiltrate it, I guess, if you want to call it that. Rubber duck, and if you remember when I mentioned it when we ran by it a few days ago, you approach the duck and then it disappears from the cell, and then you just kind of have to chase it through the corridor real quick. Acquisition date January 2nd, 2001. Direct contact with the item is not permitted. Safety gloves are required when handling. Item is a yellow rubber duck bath toy from the 1950s. A single hole at the bottom allows air and water to flow in and out. The item makes a sound analogous to quacking. The item travels considerable distance with surprising speed. How it achieves this motion is unknown. The item forms a blank of unknown purpose with anyone who makes direct physical contact with it and begins to follow them, quacking often. This has led to a researcher named Blank entering cardiac arrest, though due to the individual's health issues, the matter may not be connected to the item's effect. Surfboard supplement. This you see in the Panopticon. It's already there. Guru Surfboard, acquisition date July 3rd, 1994. Interview with custodian Blank after theft of altered item 43. After touching the item, what did you experience? I experienced confidence and cranked all the way up. I wanted to become somebody, an artist, a stock trader. How did these feelings manifest externally? Don't know. If I'd gotten out there to the city, I'd have done so many things. Made my fortune, gone out and owned the world. That shit was mine. I would have taken it all. Money, fame, women. You also experienced an increased sex drive? Yes, increased everything. I've been cleaning shit for you people long enough. I'm going on a fucking conquest. Would you say you're still under the effects of the object? Who the fuck are you to keep me in here? I'm worth 4 of you, you suit-wearing piece of shit. 20. The Bureau appreciates your candor. You are no longer required. I'm blank fucking blank. Remember that name. Traffic light. Acquisition date May 16th, 99. The object's effect is subdued by exposure to sunlight. Interesting. A traffic light with 3 distinct lights arranged vertically on top of each of its 4 sides. From top to bottom, the lights shine red, yellow, and green. A popular children's game is believed to be integral to the manifestation of this item and its effect. If an entity approaches the item while its red light is activated, they will be instantaneously relocated a distance of blank from the item. Theories that the item is shifting people to a former timeline or parallel universe have been explored and dismissed. Well, that's good. The item was discovered after a streetlight at an intersection near the elementary school began shifting people away from itself after sunset. A local panic brought the case to the attention of the Bureau. The item was contained, and a gas leak was blamed for this confusion in the townspeople's perception. Water cooler procedures. Acquisition date September 3rd, 2001. No unique procedures required. If the item's form is different than any previously reported, then make a note describing the new form. The object's true shape and appearance are unknown. It has been known to take the form of the following objects: ring of keys, lunchbox, wrench, microscope, stapler, glasses, mail tube, and spoon. The item is able to adopt the physical form of items in its immediate vicinity. The item is capable of limited physical movement, repositioning itself whenever it changes form. This only occurs when it is unobserved, physically and digitally. Because of this, the transition between shapes has never been observed. Reciting formula, I guess that must be item 14 or item 32, causes the item to reveal itself by shuddering. The item was initially discovered within the Bureau itself. Whether an agent brought it inside, intentionally or otherwise, or it resided here prior to the Bureau's arrival to the oldest house is unknown. Okay, and then one last thing. Actually, there's more correspondence, but I feel like I've been sitting here reading for like 10 minutes, so we should probably get a move on. But one other thing I wanted to show is there, if you remember in the whatever psychokinesiology department or whatever, there's a movie referencing the astral spike that they keep locked up in like the zoo, how it exploded out of one of the divers that came back, and there is a recording about that.
Mark Gibson, male, age 28, returned from the astral plane approximately 13 minutes ago. This was his 21st dive. Patient is experiencing migraine-like pain, intense pressure behind the eyes, and partial blindness. He has no recollection of his time in the astral plane and appears severely disoriented. Preliminary examination revealed no immediate cause, so we will be sending patient for x-rays and... What the fuck is that thing? God, it burst right out of him. Call Black! Get Marshall!
So, yeah.
Seems a lot more crowded than the rest of the Bureau.
Missing agents. Mr. Kirkland, here are the latest agents confirmed missing. Oh, this is 2017. Presumed dead from the containment breach yesterday. Agent Jonathan Connor, researcher Ezra Cruz, Agent Caroline Dempsey, Lindsay Malcolm, Charles Murray, and Derek Shaw. Letters of condolences will be delivered to you to sign prior to sending them to their families. You will be updated as soon as additional confirmations are made. Also, per your request, a network engineer checked how many cases were backed up digitally. Unfortunately, a large number of active investigations were not archived yet, and the only hard copies of reports exist behind the firebreak. They're lost, I'm afraid. So, that's not great. Darling Investigation. Compiled by Tim Spalder, by order of William Kirkland, head of investigations. Per authorization from Mr. Kirkland, internal investigation was launched into the ethical practices of Dr. Casper Darling, head of research. Despite the accounts of anonymous blank regarding inhumane treatment of Dylan, basically, currently housed in the Bureau, our official findings regarding this were inconclusive. Numerous obstacles arose during this investigation. The majority of research sector personnel, seemed to be wholly unaware of any such human contained there. One blank confirmed the blank's code, I guess, candidate's code name to be P6, but all files pertaining to that name were inaccessible, being classified under the highest clearance level. Investigators were similarly blocked from entering the containment sector wing to interview its staff. The matter was further complicated by the lack of clarity on whether non-human paranatural entities warrant humane treatment. While this investigation cannot address any charges against Dr. Darling, we do recommend an investigation into blank research. Dimensional research, maybe? Casey Inquiry. To R. Dennis from D. Gleason, possible lead on the Wake case. Mr. Dennis, a request came through recently from an FBI agent asking for all of our files on Bright Falls, specifically on the disappearance of the author, Alan Wake. Per the Interagency Information Exchange Agreement, I had some paper pushers gather up a folder of all the pre-approved files. Don't worry, all the inappropriate material is either missing or redacted. But I'm writing to let you know that we received this request from a special agent named Alex Casey. Sounds familiar, right? That's because Alex Casey is the name of the fictional detective in those hard-boiled crime books Alan Wake wrote. Pretty interesting that an FBI agent sharing a name with the most famous character Wake wrote is looking into a case dealing with the writer's fiction coming true. I think this is worth looking into, but what's your opinion? Just give the word and I'll start surveillance on this guy. And Alex Casey is, in fact, a character in Alan Wake 2. Modeled by our favorite guy, Samlick. Tractor supplement. Burrow tractor acquisition date April 21st, 2019. Seen, not acquired. Supplementary materials. Note, miscommunication led to a local coroner examining the body of William Burrow. William Burrow, male, Caucasian, case summary. A 33-year-old man found dead on his property per police report. Remains obtained for coroner's office also include blood, urine, bile, stomach contents, and bone fragments. Autopsy findings. Blunt force injuries, head, lacerations, left ear and cheek, blunt force injuries, extremities, dislocation right knee, complete avulsion of the right upper extremity with associated fracture from the proximal right humerus. I have no idea what that means. Extensive trauma, abdominal region, complete avulsion of multiple organs, including stomach, heart, liver, pancreas, kidneys, and portions of the large and small intestine, all missing from scene. Conclusion: it is my opinion that Mr. Burrow's death is not the result of a mechanical accident. Oh, excuse me. As claimed by authorities, the removal of organs is consistent with animal attack. Keystone inspection. I apologize for like the massive amount of reading that we're doing straight, like right up front. I've been streaming for about 25 minutes, and I swear to God, at least 20 of it has just been reading. Mr. Kirkland, we stopped at Keystone on our way to the target AWE, like you asked. I'm sending my report directly to you to try and keep a lid on this Grumman Morales desertion issue. We didn't find any sign of him there. Given their records, it is possible they've switched teams, like you suspected, but I don't think that's the case. An event definitely occurred here in Keystone, and I think Grumman and Morales got caught up in it. The entire population has vanished into thin air. Reminds me of the Ordinary case, but that was just the adults, if I'm remembering the file correctly. This is different. I think our guys are casualties, not traitors. If it wasn't AWE, it seems to be over. We walked through the whole town, and the only strange thing we noticed were markings on various buildings. 2 overlapping circles with a dot in the shared space. Could be unrelated. I'll show you the pictures when I get back. In the meantime, you should send a team out here to cordon this place off and maybe get the comms guys working on a cover story. Sincerely, Agent Keenum. That's pretty weird. The only strange things we noticed were markings on the various buildings. 2 overlapping circles with a dot in the shared space. I don't remember if we see anything like that in the rest of this area, but how about we keep an eye out? Ethics investigation. Compiled by Patricia Lewis. For authorization for Mr. Kirkland, internal investigation was launched into the legality of the Prime Candidate program by the Federal Bureau of Control. Since all known subjects relevant to the investigation used executive privilege to decline interviews, very little first-hand information was gathered. However, anonymous sources and documentation declassified by Mr. Kirkland both paint an alarmingly clear picture of systemic abuse and humans were brought into the oldest house and placed under hardcore examination and testing with the aim of appointing one as director upon maturity. This program has produced no successful cases and only resulted in the traumatic blink of paranaturally inclined humans. Not only is this in breach of the Ash Act, but it flies in the face of basic human decency. This investigation team unequivocally blank the Prime Candidate program and recommends that it be terminated immediately. Yeah. So as you can see, at least some people in the building were pretty wary of what the hell Darling and Trench were up to. Tractor procedures. Item is not in Bureau custody. None known. A Frank Elk tractor, olive green, dried blood on the grill when last seen. Item is capable of vocalized response, or growls, and unmanned locomotion, considered highly aggressive and dangerous. Item first came to the Bureau's attention after the death of William Burrow, owner of Burrow Farms outside Trenton, Texas. Local authorities arrived on scene after an employee found the mutilated body of Mr. Burrow beneath his tractor. Police arrived, but were immediately driven away by the tractor. Panic calls to federal authorities were intercepted by the Bureau communications staff. A team was dispatched. Upon arrival, the agents approached the item. It responded by growling like a bear. 3 agents were injured when they tried to detain the item, which escaped. Aerial searches for the item are ongoing. Speaking to Mrs. Burrow only revealed that she had a domestic altercation with Mr. Burrow earlier the night of the incident. Whether these events are connected is currently unknown. Now what's going on there? What does that say? CB? 1988, 1994, 2006. Resignation letter. Blank of blank 2019. To whom it may concern, it is with great anger and regret that I tender my resignation as head of investigations for the Federal Bureau of Control. I do this in protest of the rampant disregard for my department's blank. My staff cannot continue to work in these conditions. Previous requests and warnings have fallen on deaf ears, so I must now rely on my actions to speak louder than my words ever could. I blame this situation on blank, who has routinely ignored my requests for assistance in reclaiming the parts of the investigation sector locked to the shifting or something loose inside. I will never forget the screams of brave agents begging for us to open that firebreak. I will carry that shame for the rest of my days. The Bureau has failed its agents. The director has failed his agents. I shall never forgive him for that. Staffing issues. Mr. Dennis, so yes, there's an increase in AWE cases, and yes, it would be a good idea to put together a special task force to examine exactly why that is. However, it seems that a tiny little detail has slipped through the cracks. We don't have the damn staff. If you expect us to detect, investigate, and process more AWE cases, you need to give us more people. It's simple math. Between the staff we lost in the Hartman thing and the ones who left for other departments after Kirkland quit, we're barely managing to keep up with the workload. Hell, just filing the paperwork for all the altered items we left behind in the sector has been an ordeal. Another thing, and this is going to sound paradoxical, but we have an overcrowding situation. This lobby isn't meant to accommodate a whole sector's worth of staff. We put forward a motion to move investigations to a more suitable location months ago. It better not still be sitting on your desk. The people are getting restless, and as Kirkland's interim replacement, it's your job to handle it. Best regards, Agent Grayson. So things are not going well in the investigations department. Cauldron Lake update. To Chief Investigator Dennis, it happened again, third time this year. Something certainly has it out for our blank. Could be raccoons. The locals certainly complain about them enough, but why the hell would raccoons keep going after a monitoring station? It doesn't add up. Anyway, I've got a bureau tech going to the site next week to take a look. Next on the list of recurring problems is the staff at the Lake House Research Station. How am I supposed to effectively keep an eye on Cauldron Lake if they won't let me see any data? Hell, I don't even know what they're researching out there. We need to petition them again to share their info with investigations agents. It's only a matter of time before this shit hits again, and I want to be prepared. Anyway, if anyone at HQ asks why the Bright Falls report is a little thin this month, tell them it's because we couldn't take any readings. In the meantime, I might invest in some raccoon traps. Sincerely, Agent Estevez. Agent Estevez will also be in Alan Wake, and she is the star of the Control DLC for Alan Wake 2. And actually, this letter is basically foreshadowing the plot of the entire DLC. It entirely revolves around what the people at the lake house are doing behind everyone's backs. Underhill background. Compiled by Agent Lisa Kinham. Dr. Raya Underhill is a professor at the University of Woodrow in the United Kingdom, where she teaches biology with a focus on botany. Dr. Underhill once worked with the Bureau as a parabotanist stationed in the research sector of the oldest house. She served with no incidents or demerits and is praised by those who formerly worked with her, including Dr. Darling. Dr. Underhill has no known connections to paracriminal organizations, or any record of breaching her NDA since leaving the Bureau. Her civilian behavior has been ideal, with the exception of an ongoing personal relationship with Dr. Darling that appears to have begun during their time as co-workers in the research sector and revisited intermittently ever since. Ooh. Now we know why she felt so bad about Darling being dead when we informed her. Depending on the duration of her work in the oldest house, it may be required to have both parties sign a relationship clearance form. This investigation has found no compelling reason to deny Dr. Darling's request to offer Dr. Underhill an interim position with the aim of finding a solution to the mold threshold issue. Wow, there's a lot of notes right up front. Director investigation. Compiled by Redacted. Per authorization from Mr. Kirkland, blank was launched into the blank of Director Zachariah Trench. A recent change in behavior witnessed in Director Trench, including aggressive blank when blank with other staff, has been observed. However, this investigation is aimed at interpreting this issue rather than proving it. Notable blank between Director Trench and Dr. Darling has been witnessed by numerous Bureau staff. Although both declined to meet for an interview on the matter, witness accounts suggest their arguments center around the Dimensional Research Wing and the blank kept inside the slide projector. However, no evidence exists to confirm Director Trench's blank as anything more than interpersonal disagreements. This investigation has concluded that Director Trench's behavior is not indicative of any blank and that his fitness to lead is not in question. Well, they sure got that wrong, didn't they? Trench, official warning. Kirkland, I'm growing tired of your blatant attempts to lay your incompetence at my doorstep. I know you want this to be true, but you are head of investigations. This failure is your responsibility. What did you think would happen holding a dangerous specimen in investigations? The containment sector exists for a reason. They are better trained and better equipped for this type of work. In fact, they have admirably taken on certain AWE monitoring responsibilities that your staff are no longer capable of. This happens more and more now. I don't think your petty internal investigations have gone past my notice. You are a worm. Everything I've done has been for the benefit of the Bureau. The Prime Candidate program only failed because of Darling. You are both failures, plotting against me. You are traitors, but the truth will emerge out of you. You are choosing to become my enemy, Kirkland. You don't want to be. So obviously at this point, Trench is obviously like cascading into failure and about to release the hiss into the oldest house. Okay, now we can move beyond the entrance.
There. Now that gate should open.
We've only been streaming for 40 minutes, you know, and now we're finally getting out of the entrance. Oh wait, there's another one. Here we go. Specimen Escape Assessment. The purpose of internal investigation is to examine the containment failure of specimen SI-1 that resulted in the deaths of blank agents. An inspection report of the containment equipment 3 days earlier showed no faults. Investigators suspect human error to be the cause, yet no department has provided any evidence to support this. Technicians were able to recover the researchers' notes on the specimen from the internal network. On the blank of blank, the specimen began displaying a sharp increase in aggressive behavior. Cross-referencing that date with various logs found only 2 events inconsistent with the sector's daily routine. The air filters were changed, and an hour prior to the incident, a civilian named Alice Blank entered the sector regarding an unrelated investigation. How did a civilian enter? Given their connection to the same AWE case, it is likely that Oh, Alice Wake. Duh. Okay. An hour prior to the incident, a civilian named Alice Wake entered the sector regarding an unrelated investigation. Given their connection to the same AWE case, it is likely that Mrs. Wake's presence is relevant to the specimen's escape and to the blank. Investigation is ongoing.
I'm no detective, but something definitely happened here.
Well, yeah, we've been reading notes about it for the last 30 minutes. Blessed Organization, compiled by Tim Spalder. This group individual has operated outside the Bureau's notice for decades, perhaps longer, displaying a level of skill and caution rarely seen in paracriminal groups. A review of past cases have found various mentions of their activity over the years. In 2016, a production company called Blessed Pictures was connected to an altered item case, as well as the death of an agent from exposure to illicit paranatural materials. In 1994, a Los Angeles-based public speaker named Chester Bless was involved in the illegal use of an altered item. In 1988, a business called Blessed Repair Service was suspected of involvement with an object of power case, perhaps even creating it, that is the jukebox. None of these businesses or individuals has ever been located. However, their connection to appearances of altered items and objects of power is too direct to be considered circumstantial. An arrest order has been issued for any persons believed to be involved in the Blessed Organization. See, this is one of those things that, like, they're building out this world of altered items and different organizations, and it seems like it would just be a huge waste if they left this all on the table when creating Control 2. I hope they don't do that. I hope they bring something in.
Do we know each other? This feels familiar. I can't seem to... I've forgotten it. I'm sorry. My name is Alan Wake. Who are you? Who are you? Do I know you?
I'm your friend Tom. Tom Zane. There's nothing to worry about.
Tom. The poet. The diver. You look different.
That was just a role. A character. The protagonist I played in my old film. I'm a filmmaker. An auteur like yourself. We're working on this together, remember? An artistic collaboration. You need a drink. Gippisch.
Endless darkness. Nothing holds still.
But we're very close now. You've been writing. We found a way to escape. It'll work this time.
Writing?
You found a way!
No. I don't... Wait. There's something. It's my double. He's out there. I've seen him.
Yeah. Nothing to worry about. I'm dealing with it. It's fine, my friend. Let me handle him.
You've met him? What the hell?
Now, come on. You misunderstand me.
That was Alan Wake, the writer who went missing in that AWE case I read about. What's he doing here? And Thomas Zane was with him. The poet. No, wait. He was a filmmaker. I always remember that wrong.
So obviously, being what this DLC is, this is all going to come back around in Alan Wake 2. And in addition, what or who Thomas Zane is always a question. Like, originally in Alan Wake 1, he is a poet. He is a poet. And like, he is the first one to interact with Cauldron Lake in the way that Alan Wake does. And he appears to Alan as a diver. Like, he floats in the air, but he is in like an old school diving suit. And that's what Alan means when he references the diver. But he's also referenced, like, as we saw earlier in Control, people now think that the poet Thomas Zane does not exist, but he is a filmmaker. And because of the way that Cauldron Lake interacts with reality, it changed people's perceptions of him as a poet into a filmmaker. And that's a part of what the clicker did. So in the story, Thomas Zane was the first one to use the clicker, and he used the clicker to alter reality to banish. Alan Wake is so complicated. Like, to banish, I guess, his scratch alternate and stop the Cauldron Lake from taking over reality. What did I miss? I don't have the button. Oh, okay. Sure. Now, one thing I think we're gonna get into pretty quickly, the Alan Wake game.
Dr. Emil Hartman.
Hang on. Watch this first.
Dr. Emil Hartman was desperate. The Federal Bureau of Control had stolen his life's work. This was his last chance, his final experiment. What he'd been too scared to do before. Hartman dove into the lake, was taken, devoured by hungry darkness, became the thing that had been Hartman. Only an echo of him remained, fragmented impulses on autoplay, violent, bloodthirsty darkness in the driver's seat. Emerging from the lake, the thing was captured by the FBC, brought in, contained, studied. The thing broke loose, killed everyone it could. The FBC fell back and sealed the sector. The thing was alone in the dark, lurking, roaming, waiting. Then something else came. Not darkness, but similar enough. A sound. A resonance. It shouldn't be a surprise. If there's one, why not another? The darkness inside the thing could have been immune, could have resisted, fought, could have been passed by, passed through with no effect. But it didn't, and it wasn't. Maybe it had grown weaker over time, not aged. It was timeless, but weaker with no link to its source. A metamorphosis followed. The thing that had been Hartman went through another change.
Okay, so one thing that happens not happens, but like a gameplay mechanic of Alan Wake 1 is that he holds a flashlight, and you have to hold the flashlight onto the enemies for them to, like, for their for their armor to break so you can actually shoot them. So they tried to adapt this for Control, but like Jesse doesn't hold a flashlight and a gun at the same time. So what they have you do is you have to use launch to hold on to a light, and then you just have to run around with the light in launch, and then when you have to do something, you just have to like abandon the light, and it gets pretty annoying. And because you don't hold a light all the time like you do in Alan Wake, like there's a lot of places in the dark in this game, or this DLC, I should say.
Broke loose, killed everyone it could, lurking, roaming, waiting. And something else came.
And Hartman was a character in the first Alan Wake. What happens in the game is Hartman is running like one of those, one of those, I don't want to call it a hospital, but I mean it is kind of a hospital, but it's not the word I'm looking for. But it's one of the, one of those things where celebrities go to like do their rehab or something, and it's not a hospital, but it's like a very plush thing with a couple of nurses and a doctor and stuff like that. It's one of those, and it's on the retreat. It's a retreat. It's on Cauldron Lake. And basically what happens is that Dr. Hartman abducts Alan Wake. He has other people already there, and he has learned that Cauldron Lake has some kind of effect with artists. So he has built this retreat for artists to come, and he tries to manipulate them at Cauldron Lake in order to like experiment with how it alters reality. And because Alan is there, he kidnaps Alan and forces him there, and like tries to force him to create art in order to manipulate it. And eventually Alan breaks out, and I could have sworn, it's been like a year or so since I played it, but I thought that like Hartman died or something like that. Obviously not. But it totally goes to shit at the end, and like you blow up the retreat, and it gets pretty wild. But now Hartman is on the FBC's radar because of everything that happened in the Bright Falls incident. I guess we're going that way. Sucks for that guy. That probably hurt.
Creepy, damp, and abandoned. Why did Wake want me to come here?
Huh. Well, that's super normal, right?
That doesn't look like a house shift. Do I even want to know? are already in here.
Also, if you could see on the lower left, while I was going around and collecting stuff last night, since I have a whole bunch of ability points, I really don't need to put into anything. I just dropped a whole bunch into health. So now the bar is longer. Hello, my feet gossip at night, and now I have to wear shoes to bed. Sincerely, me. Cat clock. My clock is shaped like a cat, and its eyes move, and I think it's angry, but I keep apologizing, and it won't stop. But I said I'm sorry. Sorry. But it won't leave me alone, and I don't know what it wants. I can't keep apologizing. Jufudu, you see it now, too. It told me everyone is here, and I need to be careful so they don't see me writing this letter. It wants me to stay with it, with my eyes, on its eyes, and moving very fast, but I can't keep going, and I worry they will forget about me, so I need you to write you about this because I can't keep going, but the cat will because of its eyes redacted. Yeah, see, those are the kind of lights we will be carrying around. Open the fucking door. So you just have to run around like this constantly. It's kind of dumb. I guess they couldn't figure out how to make Jesse hold a light. So instead we got this. Hartman arrest. Offender's name, Emil Hartman. Victim's name, Alan Wake, Tor Anderson, Odin Anderson, redacted, Rudolph Lane, Wendy DeSole, Thomas Emerson, blank, officer's name, Special Agent Remy Demis. Charges. Code 4. Kidnapping of altered individuals, sanctions against altered organizations, obstruction of Bureau investigation, breaching the Ash Act. Offender's property seized as evidence to be used in conjunction with an ongoing AWE investigation. Offender's personal effects have been sent to research for analysis. After being cleared by Bureau researchers, all victims have been released. Biannual surveillance orders were assigned to each, except for the Anderson brothers, due to their salinity and Wake, possibly deceased. Well, possible salinity is not quite correct. What?
Whoa. Looks like the house has gotten a little wild in here.
Apparently, investigations mistook the idea that they consider them to be Norse gods as going senile, but that is not, in fact, the case.
This darkness, light burns it away, huh? Makes sense.
That guy got fucked up. Mold gets everywhere, I guess. And because you're carrying this, you can't sprint around. So that's nice. Slow and steady wins the race, I guess. Oh. Of course, the previous light I was holding broke for no reason, just so I can walk in here and pick up another light instead of just letting me keep the light, because, you know, whatever.
The third thing, the sound. The resonance carves its way through the thing that had been Hartman, vibrating, remolding. The sound changes the darkness, and the darkness changes the sound. They both changed what remained of Hartman. They all turned into something else. A third thing. The sound made darker. The darkness made louder. Hartman was stretched. Stretched as anyone when seen from out of time, like a worm through time. Almost an Ouroboros, a spiral, a maelstrom. The gravity well of a black hole, twisting inward, tightening, taking you deeper and deeper to the bottom, the heart, and through to the other side. The third thing said, when you hear this, you will know you're a new you. He said, we build you till nothing remains. He said, under the conceptual reality, behind this reality, you must want these ways to drag you away. He said, baby, 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 yeah, orange peel. The third thing was a monster. He'd tear apart any ordinary person crossing his path. Now he crashed out of darkness toward Faden. There was nothing ordinary about Faden. Darker, the darkness made louder. Hartman was stretched, like a worm through time. The third thing was a monster. Now he crashed out of darkness toward Faden.
That's not what I wanted to pick up. That's better. Oh, there's more stuff. Hang on. Eagle Limited Summary. Event date, May 25th, 2015. A train derailment resulting in 62 casualties and numerous injuries was suspected to have been the work of a paracriminal group known as Blank. As a result of this event, the agents discovered that one of the cars had become altered with a persistent auditory event. It remains to be determined whether the AWE was spontaneous or the direct result of the sabotage. The Bureau had been tracking said group at the time, and the intel gathered suggested an event of this caliber was imminent in Bloomington. As a result, a response team on site was able to respond to the train accident site within minutes of its occurrence. They arrived to find emergency processes underway, but also equipment left behind by the suspected group. A suspicious onlooker managed to elude agents after they attempted to make contact. Further investigation of the accident site revealed a curiously undamaged train car that exhibited an altered state when entered. This individual car was secured and transported to the investigation sector for further studies. The Shadow. Compiled by Ezra Cruz by order of William Kirkland. compiled by Ezra Cruz, this is one of the people who died in the Hartman breakout. Paranatural entity, aka the Shadow, is an aggressive blank consisting of 3 known types. Type A, localized manifestations of sentient blank, darkness, I guess, capable of occupying organic and inorganic material, as well as exerting blank over its surroundings. Type B, shaded individuals. Human bodies blank by the shadow. These individuals become notably more aggressive but do seem to retain blank of their previous selves. Research is ongoing as to whether this condition is reversible. Type C, shaded objects. Similar to Type B, except that inanimate objects are blank solely to be used as destructive tools. Each type seems to work towards a shared goal, possibly targeting certain individuals, which may imply a shared link to a blank intelligence. The threat this entity poses warrants immediate exploration of offensive-defensive measures. The investigation sector is being outfitted with additional lighting sources, some internally powered, to prepare for the eventuality of an outbreak, I guess.
My understanding of the darkness is fragmented, incomplete. This abyss, this void, it very much does not wish to be understood. If light symbolizes knowledge, then it stands to reason that darkness would equate to ignorance. By its very nature, it abhors comprehension. Of course, my own nature drives me to comprehend all. We are opposing forces, destined to collide. And given this conflict of natures, we know that the light of truth will burn away the darkness, both figuratively and literally. Any significant light source can be used as protection, even weaponry against this metaphysical gloom. And then there are the artists. I know for a fact that Tom, Wake, the Anderson brothers, and Lane all had some involvement with the darkness. The question is whether their uncanny ability to affect reality through their art beckons the darkness, or did their work perhaps even create it? With Wake now secure in my lodge, I expect I shall grow closer to learning the answers to these questions. Assuming he cooperates, which is proving quite the challenge. Well, perseverance is the foundation of knowledge. Speaking of, I must be off on my rounds.
Presumably, he made that right before everything went to shit. What the fuck? What's going on here? Okay. Huh. The Hiss have decided to invade my vending machines now, huh? Hiss Ranger Airborne. This subgroup of Hiss corrupted rangers has manifested the ability to levitate, similarly to Hiss elevated agents. However, these airborne Hiss rangers display no telekinetic abilities and simply continue to use mundane bureau weaponry. This evolution, being so similar to the elevated, possibly indicates that Hiss can share permutations through a type of network or perhaps osmosis. However, the fact that this development in Hiss Rangers has only been observed in the investigation sector may indicate that an environmental factor is responsible. They could be responding to an altered item or other paranatural element found in only in that sector, or perhaps this is the natural progression of the Hiss Ranger phenotype. Not enough time has passed to determine a conclusive trajectory of development for each of the Hiss manifestations, assuming any such trajectory exists. Interrogation complaint. Kirkland, so you put me on desk duty just because I did the thing I was fucking hired to do? My job? Want to know what I call that? Bullshit. Asking us to interrogate the scum without using words like altered items or AWEs or paracriminal is the stupidest thing I've heard in my life, and I've heard some fucking stupid things. They already know the facts. Hell, they know just as much as us, if not more, and they get to sit there laughing at us while we dance around our words, trying not to leak classified terminology. They already know the fucking terminology. If you think pulling me off the case will stop me, then think again. That piece of shit blew up those tracks. He killed those people, all to make a train turn altered. We have him dead to rights, and you need to let me back in that interrogation cell so I can get him to flip on his buddies. These people are terrorists and deserve to be treated as such. This won't stop unless we stop them. You can go ahead and put me on suspension, see if that slows me down. Agent Hewitt. Black Market. Compiled by David Gleason, by order of Remedyverse. A black market hub specializing in the trade of occult talismans, relics, and other assorted ceremonial objects, as well as genuine altered and paranatural materials, was raided in blank Czech Republic by a team of special investigators. Unsuccessful attempts by suspects to escape using altered items resulted in numerous casualties and prevented the Bureau from questioning all participants. The following interrogations revealed that not only is there a vast network of these retailers, but that they seem to be gathering information on altered items and other paranatural materials from sources unknown to the Bureau. The Bureau's concern here is threefold. There's a growing underground market for paranatural materials, which implies a growing awareness of their existence among a niche group of the general public. These criminal individuals do not seem aware of the item's paranatural powers, and their attempts to activate them could prove devastating if done in populated areas. The motivations of these collectors are largely unknown. See, there's so much story material here. NASA Cooperation Review. Following the NASA-FBC Coordination Agreement of 1972, the Bureau has provided NASA with numerous technological advancements based on our research, including the black rock lining now found in all spacefaring vessels. In return, all data gathered during space missions is made available for Bureau researchers to analyze. Recently, certain individuals have raised concern that this relationship does not adequately benefit the Bureau, either intellectually or financially. A thorough examination of the costs accrued by both organizations has shown that the expense of NASA's recent launch of the Blank far outweighs any spending related to the processing and delivery of Blackrock. From its medium Earth orbit, the Blank will provide the Bureau with an unparalleled resource for remotely monitoring and photographing AWE sites, a resource that would be lost if the partnership ends. It is the opinion of this committee that maintaining a cooperative relationship with our colleagues at NASA is of vital importance.
Reminder, all employees are required to report their hours at the end of each month. The Federal Bureau of Control maintains that time is not subjective, and hours passed on alternative planes cannot be claimed. Astral dives do not accumulate overtime compensation. Thank you for your attention.
Well, that is an interesting one, and I almost have to side with FBC on it, because I guess technically your mind is out, but your body isn't. But I think I have to disagree with the FBC on not being able to count hours that you're fucking locked in a shifted area. I think that's bullshit. As a director, I think we will change that one. That rule. Let me out. Let me out. Hey, Ati. Oh, okay. So, just a neat little thing. When you do Ati's like cleanup quests in the main game, and you go back to his office, that's where you get the janitor's assistant outfit. But it ends, Ati is not there, and Jesse questions what his true motives really are because she seems to notice that he has a particular agenda. But then she ends with laying down on his couch and taking a nap.
Darkness everywhere. New day, same old bloody city, said the old lady. Like dark but good for nothing. Get rid of it. The air in here is getting bad. The vents, they are full of mold shit. It's not good for you. Headache, nausea, mold like depression. But how can you tell when you are not in? Helvetin home. Eikö siitä nyt saatana pääse eroon?
So, one thing I should probably note is that this DLC was made in the height of like the 2020 pandemic. So all of this was done through remote work, which means you don't see anybody. Like there's no motion capture and there's no people that you actually interact with in this DLC. And as you'll see, it kind of came back to bite them in the ass because there's no, like, you can't talk to anybody, and the only character who shows up is Langston, and you will see that Langston does not actually show up. It's just like this, like with Ati here doing a voiceover, you only hear Langston through the monitor, you can't ever, like, interact with him. And so they fill that up by having him give, like, extended monologues.
Plants in here have died standing. Lighten them up.
Ah, more plants. All right, let's go make some new friends.
Ugh. Always with the bots. I guess I need to delete some garbage, huh? Okay, so I need launch energy higher than 18. And I need damage higher than 54. Okay, and I'm gonna pause right here for a sec. I need to use the restroom. As usual, I had my furry children waiting for me.
I don't feel right. Something in this darkness is draining me.
Now, I do see all of those things, but first we need to turn on the lights. So we need to find a power cube somewhere buried in here. Man, I wonder if like the amount of the amount of like items that you can find to read and stuff is also a symptom of COVID, that they just like they didn't have enough material to like fill out the actual campaign, or like the actual mission or expansion like they wanted, so they just gave you a whole ton of lore dump. I don't remember there being this many items packed in. Where the fuck is the power cube? Come on. Oh. Oh, so these are the arcade games. If you remember so long ago when I started the stream, the extra dimensional suit you get from playing arcade games, these are the arcade games. Maybe I need to try to get in the elevator first? Oh, okay.
Shit.
Yeah, here we go.
Now what? What is that?
Hungry darkness.
Come on, elevator, time to go!
It was desperate.
Fuck! Nothing. So you don't like the light. I can use that.
Oh, yeah, see, and now here's a power cube. To get more power cubes. Nope, come on. Nope. Come on. Here we go. Okay. Hey, Hartman, eat a dick. And this is essentially the gimmick of how you explore investigations. You go into an area and there's a big, big dark area, and then you have to fill all the power cubes and get the lights turned on, and then Hartman recedes, and then you move on and do it again until the final battle. Hartman background. Dr. Emil Hartman is an academic psychotherapist that owned and operated a recovery center in Cauldron Lake, Washington, focused on the treatment of artists struggling with creative blocks and other mental disorders. Publicly, Dr. Hartman's treatment center seemed unremarkable in its methods and purpose. Privately, however, Dr. Hartman was abusing his patients in order to utilize any latent paranatural abilities they may possess with the aim of shaping reality to his own benefit, which has earned him a Class 2 paracriminal designation. Note for more on the link between artists and their ability to rewrite reality through artistic mediums, see file blank. Investigation has proven that Dr. Hartman's illegal endeavors were conducted alone. After being approached by the Bureau during the Cauldron Lake, Alan Wake investigation, he displayed no remorse or intention to cease his actions. Dr. Hartman was taken into custody, evaluated, and released blank months later, having been deemed a negligible threat. His medical license has been permanently revoked.
Arcade machines.
Allows Jesse to access a variety of... Oops.
Whatever.
Is there a tutorial? I didn't read all of it. Shoom. The goal deadline is to eliminate 50 enemies without letting the timer run out. Man, those tutorials are disappearing way too fast. I can't read what the fucking thing says. Where'd my thing go? Hello? It's kind of hard to kill 50 guys when it just like straight up won't spawn anybody. Or there's one guy who just won't attack you. And once again, I am waiting. Hello? Hooray!
Oh, games are so realistic these days.
Okay, I did see I got something for arcade. Arcade cabinet supplement. Shoom Arcade. Acquisition date February 23rd, 92. Both items were purchased from a closing arcade in Blank, Michigan as part of a program to improve employee well-being through recreation. The program was canceled before any game machines were dispersed throughout the oldest house, but not before these altered items were discovered. Teams in the research sector have voiced considerable interest in the item due to the fact that they only exhibit an altered effect when physically paired together, a codependent relationship previously unseen in altered items. See research specialist Pope's paper titled The Paired Sensitivity of Sequels. However, after proving the item's altered status, the investigation staff insisted on keeping them, claiming they are important for sector morale. To date, numerous petitions have been filed by research sector personnel to move the items there for a more extensive analysis. Altered item that allows Jessie to revisit unique enemies she has encountered before and to take another trip to the Ashtray Maze. Okay. Anyways. Still like another 6 notes and at least 2 recordings in here. Because they just info dump everything on you. Night Springs screenplay, page 1. Note, this screenplay was found after the Bureau acquired the Night Springs television series and all its past episode scripts. It appears to be written by Alan Wake as part of an application to become one of the show's writers. Night Springs spec script episode Over the Threshold Darkly by Alan Wake. Host. It is only human nature to wish to control the forces around us, and even more so to possess them. But what happens when those forces are not ours to claim? Or even of this world? What if they are things you can discover in Night Springs? Interior, secret lab, night. We are in a secret lab. The large sign on the wall reads, The Federal Bureau of Night Springs. Scientist, I've told you several times, Director, it isn't ready. Director, I'll say it's ready, or it's ready when I say it's ready, Doctor. Scientist, but the being beyond the portal, we have no control over it. See, this is one thing about this DLC is that before Alan Wake 2 came out, there was a lot of discussion around whether the events of this are implying that Alan Wake actually made Control is a fabrication of Alan Wake, like the FBC and Super-Faden. These are all fictional characters within Alan Wake's world because he created them. And Alan Wake 2 does a little bit to dissuade that, FBC kind of exists before, there's a lot of stuff in here too that mentions that the FBC itself has been around since at least the 60s, but you're never too sure about it. But Alan Wake 2 seems to imply that that's not really the case. June 11th, 2017. Hey, the vending machine, none known. Testing and investigation is currently ongoing. A vending machine, its front covered in a faux wood panel, coin-operated buttons for selecting food products. The item generates and stores a variety of material, both edible and otherwise, in its rows of internal trays. Initial testing suggests the item reacts to the mind of the individual in closest proximity and produce whatever they subconsciously desire. Attempts to cause the item to create a living being have consistently failed. The item was discovered in a nursing home in Blank, Alberta, after a resident named Muriel Blank called a local news station about a magic vending machine. The news story reported that the nursing home staff was purposefully stocking the machine with distinctive food and objects as a way to raise resident spirits. The bureau response team encouraged the story while confiscating the item. Nope. The next one. Nope. Come on, Jesse. Nope. Damn it. Okay. Now I can't get the thing. Okay. How about you fuck off? How can I read it? Okay, come on. Come on. Ugh, okay. Can I just read it if I'm floating in the air? Yeah, okay. Door appearance. An excursion into the Ocean View Motel and Casino discovered a previously unknown door in the lobby hallway. This door featured a spiral-shaped marking, designation door blank. Similar to the other doors, it is locked and cannot be forced open. Alice Wake, a person of interest in the Bright Falls AWE, referred to AWE, blah, 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 and the former wife of missing author Alan Wake, a suspected para-utilitarian and blank, contacted Agent Shaw and Dempsey of the investigations sector using the phone number given to her in 2010 in accordance with civilian outreach protocols. The call resulted in Mrs. Wake being brought into the oldest house for an in-person interview in 2017, on blank 2017. The excursion into the Ocean View Motel occurred later that same day. Conclusion. Determining whether this was a basic synchronicity event, if Alice Wake is responsible for its appearance, or if the door itself relates to AWE 35 is paramount. Oh, excuse me, my throat is just not doing it today. She should be returned to the oldest house, possibly even taken into the motel itself to confirm if any other changes occur.
Brian Hennerman, 21 years old, resident of Southern Texas.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but I really don't understand why I'm here.
You know what you did, Mr. Hennerman.
I do?
Tell me about Delivery Disaster.
The movie? I mean, it wasn't very good.
That's not what your review said, but we'll come back to that. Tell me where you got the movie from.
Movie night, with a K, not an N, not night, like nighttime, but...
Who contacted you? Who told you to review that film?
No one. I just did it because it looked obscure. I didn't even like the movie. I shouldn't have given such a high score, but reviewing obscure films makes you look smart. And I thought if I looked smart, I would get listeners. My podcast would take off and I could move out of my parents' basement. I may even go to college and get a film degree like I've always wanted to. I swear. I swear, I swear, I swear.
Ugh.
Okay, the kid doesn't know shit. I'm ending the session.
Okay, isn't there another tape? I'm pretty sure I saw another tape somewhere. This is where we started. I'm pretty sure I saw another tape. Yeah, up there.
Okay, this room is really intimidating and all, but I know my rights. It's not a crime to try and get a book signed.
Making unauthorized contact with a dangerous paranatural entity is indeed a Bureau offense, Mr. Langston, and can be prosecuted as such.
Okay. Well, I didn't know that. Listen, this is being blown way out of proportion. All that happened is I heard Dr. Hartman had been brought in, and since I'm a huge Alan Wake fan, I thought it'd be cool to get a copy of The Creator's Dilemma signed. That's a book that Hartman wrote about...
We know what it is.
Okay, good. So yeah, I was just looking to fill out my weight collection. I certainly didn't know Hartman had turned into some kind of shadow zombie.
That's a completely inaccurate description.
Whatever, listen, I'm just a desk jockey. I sort papers, do data entry, that kind of stuff. Don't come down on me like this. I made one mistake. I mean, I see people break the rules all the time and no one is pulling them into dark rooms to yell at them. Yesterday, Dave Gleason and his crew were talking to that empty spacesuit and laughing their heads off.
We're letting you off with a warning, Mr. Langston. But this is going on your record, so one more screw-up and our next chat won't be so friendly.
Great. That is just great to hear, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hey, is there any chance I could get my copy of The Creator's Dilemma back?
Get out.
Oh, Langston. I hope your cat is doing okay. Okay. Now we can finally move on.
Ma'am? What are you doing in investigations?
Jesus, don't scare me like that, Langston.
If you're talking right now, I can't hear you. It's a one-way system. Try to find an intercom.
Langston, it's me, Jessie.
I know. I can see you on the monitors. The cameras in there haven't worked since we sealed that sector off a couple years back.
Let me guess. You sealed it because of the monster guy.
Wait, did you see Dr. Hartman? Jesus, I really wish you hadn't opened that fire break. Okay, listen, you need to find Hartman and kill him before he gets out into the Bureau.
That thing is a person?
He was a person. We brought him here to study after he was, altered in an AWE. I forget the medical word for what happened, but now light physically hurts him. Do you have a flashlight?
No.
A lantern? Headlamp? Oh yeah, flare gun. Oh, Christmas lights. You could wrap them around your...
I don't have any of those, Langston.
The Christmas lights,
Shit.
I'll explain it in a second.
Well, I'm sure you'll think of something. I'll keep an eye on you from the Panopticon. This is kind of exciting, right?
Maybe from where you're standing.
Right, okay. Well, break a leg. Oh, why did I say that?
Okay, this Hartman thing can't have gotten very far. Let's go flush him out. Langston was right. This is kind of exciting.
It's just nice to have someone to talk to, you know?
Okay, so
Ever since I got put in charge of the Panopticon,
okay,
people
one,
treat
this
me
is
different. Like I'm crazy for wanting to work with altered items. People just don't understand the altered items like I do, you know? I don't want to brag, but it does take a very empathetic mind to connect with the items. Still, I don't know why people are making it so personal.
Right.
I mean, the teams in research handle paranatural materials every day, and no one thinks they're weird. Well, maybe that's not true. Darling is famous for being a bit out there, but when he's weird, it's charming. Altered items really aren't that frightening once you get to know them. If you figure out what they like or don't like, you know, what sets them off, then there's nothing to worry about. I guess at the end of the day, we're still just wild animals scared of our own shadows. We're supposed to be on the same team, but sometimes it feels like it's every department for themselves, like it's a race and we're all trying to be number one. If it is a race, though, I'd say Darling is a mile ahead of everyone else. He was Trench's golden boy for years, but that relationship has gotten pretty tense, or so I've heard through the grapevine. Not that I spread rumors, just, you know, people talk. Not me, though. I keep my nose to the grind. Too much work to do to focus on those kinds of things. I need to stay focused so I can get my work done and get home to feed Alfred.
He's
of course,
just gonna talk forever,
can't always
isn't
make
he?
it home for mealtime, so I have my neighbor check in on Alfred at 7 o'clock if I'm not back yet. She's very nice. Her name is Maria. She's older. She came to New York in the 50s to attend school and has been here ever since. She has a couple of kids. I met them at Thanksgiving. Big family. Very nice people. Anyway, she has a key to my apartment, and she gives Alfred his dinner if I'm not home. I'm gonna have to buy her a nice fruit arrangement as a thank you after this. I'm missing a lot of Alfred's meal times. She's probably gonna have to go to the store for more wet food. I'll have to remember to pay her back. Hold on, let me make a note. Pay back Maria for Alfred's food. Okay. Oh, one more thing. And buy her a
Langston likes to talk.
arrangement. All right, done. Are you a cat person? I don't think I ever asked. You seem like one, though. You'd like Alfred. He's very proper. Really carries himself well, you know? I named him after my favorite poet. Felt like a good fit. I got Alfred just before Sylvia died when I was at the... You know, I don't really remember where I got Alfred from. But, boy, those two did not get along. Oh, no. Sylvia thought she owned the place. Didn't like me getting in her way, scratched me more than once when I was just trying to move her food bowl. That cat was a real asshole.
Wow.
I'm realizing now that
That's
language
kinda
was not
harsh.
entirely, professional. You see, Sylvia didn't tolerate most people, or animals, or anything. And that's what I meant when I said asshole. I would never use that word about a person. It was just, hey, there's a light flashing on the console here. I gotta, check this out. I'll get back to you later.
Real smooth, Langston.
I am not averse to calling cats assholes. Toby, my male cat, is definitely an asshole, and I'm not afraid to say it. Anyways, so this is, like I mentioned earlier, about how they just kind of like padded this out because because of COVID and they couldn't do anything with anybody. They just pad this out by having Langston talk a shit ton. And in the early part of the conversation, when he asked if I have a flashlight or a lamp or a headlamp or Christmas lights, these are all things that you carry in Alan Wake at one point. And the Christmas lights... So, in Alan Wake, you play as Alan Wake, but another main side character is his best friend and his manager, Barry Wheeler. And at one point, Barry Wheeler, he disappears for a while, and you get worried about what happens, and he reappears covered in Christmas lights. And because all the enemies are afraid of lights, and he's like totally wrapped up in these lights, and they produce enough light where it actually works. And it's very funny. Barry Wheeler is a very good character, and it's very sad that they did not decide to include him in Alan Wake 2 for whatever reason. Maybe maybe it's just a tone thing, because he's a goofy character, and Alan Wake 2 is a very serious game. I mean, there's a little bit of humor in it, but not like Alan Wake. Alan Wake doesn't it takes itself seriously, but also it wears its influences on its sleeve, you know. So it knows when it's goofy. And even fully upgraded, melee just doesn't do shit. Oh, need a light. Oh, need a flashlight for that. Nope, not that. I don't know why, but I feel like with these burning segments should have a rumble associated with them on the controller, but it does not. Arcade cabinet procedures. A distance of 10 feet between the items suppresses their effect. Effect only triggers on physical contact. Items are a pair of arcade cabinets originally designed for the games Shoom and Shoom 2, Kolger's Revenge. The games were manufactured by Bonco Entertainment, now out of business. Despite being a popular arcade game in Japan during the late 80s, early 90s, no other Shoom cabinets have been found by our investigators. When touching one of the items while it stands within 10 feet of its counterpart, the user's mind is transported into a version of their subjective reality that resembles a video game in logic and function. Events from their everyday lives become game-like sequences in which speed and efficacy are paramount. The brain enters a stroke-like state, as proven by EEG studies on users, which only ends after the user finishes their game, at which point they resume normal brain and motor function. That doesn't sound great, actually. Like, that sounds like something you probably would not want your users to repeatedly try to experiment with. Oh, uh-oh. This one still works up. Wait, did my flashlight disappear? Fuckers. Damn it. Okay, well, who's got a flashlight for me? Can't put it in that one, so we put it over here. Which operates this. The other way, preferably. I think. I don't know where it's going. Okay, and then... Oh, do I have to... Can I stop it at a specific point? How does this work? Okay. Stop. And then we use this on top of here to blast it with light. Yes. And then I guess if we pull it back farther to hit the box with the lights back here. Is there gross stuff back here? No. Hopefully that's correct. Nope, 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 come back. No, not you. Okay. Now we can put this in the lock. I said put it in lock. That's not suspicious at all.
Shit.
And there goes my light.
Damn it. It's too dark in here to fight this thing.
Okay, I have a cube. Where is the thing I put it in? Ow, hey. Hartman's right there. So. Oh, he's right here. Simple enough. Did you see how that first guy would just like totally tank that first hit? Did literally no damage to his armor or his health. Okay, can I borrow a light? Oh, let me guess. I need to turn the turnstile so that light will focus on this area. I imagine like this room was the result of some kind of building shift. Like these blocks appeared one day in the room and they're just like, fuck it, we'll just put a desk right there. Come on, Jesse. Fucking hit the guy. Okay.
Okay, we're gonna try this one more time, and then we're done playing with you. Understand?
Joe,
Where are you from?
Jumbo Grain. Up and loose and heavy treat sandwich.
Jesus Christ, does anyone have any idea what this thing is saying?
Hotly. Derp arrange you.
Why are you here? What the hell do you want? Why'd you stow away on that ship?
School bearing, boy. Eyes many cauterizing loops through and about. Wind and Windy Mitchell.
Did he just say Mitchell? Was there a Mitchell at NASA?
Tubes.
You know what? Never mind. I can't do this anymore. Just send this thing to the guys in research. Let them cut it up or whatever they do. You hear that? They're gonna cut you up, you pain in the ass.
Spider time.
Wow. Okay, I think this guy needs to take a chill pill. Oh, still hasn't turned all the way? I literally just tried to reload the gun. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, could you just burn the fucking thing already? Come on.
Looks like whatever force had a hold on Hartman isn't mixing well with his corruption. Like, they'd call him the third thing.
Okay, I'm just going to freestyle a bit. My mother always said, never talk to strangers. Always. Never, never. Always, never, never. But isn't a stranger just someone you don't know? What if the only thing stopping a stranger from being a friend is that word? Stranger. Strange. Strange like the noises you hear at night when there is no light and you cannot fight. Strange like a rubber duck that follows you around and makes you drop your coffee every time that it quacks because the noise scares you. Then you have to clean up the coffee while the duck stares at you and continues to quack, 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 quack.
Yeah, I wouldn't quit your day job, Langston.
A chain letter. I remember these. Mom used to say they were evil. Better do what it says. You know, just in case. There must be a photocopier around here.
Yeah, wouldn't want, what's her name to pop out of the TV in 7 days. Shaded Hartman. Dr. Hartman is the first Type 2 shaded individual to be examined alive by the Bureau and has proven a valuable asset for our understanding of the Shadow. Like all shaded individuals, the specimen is constantly shielded or produces a blank of darkness that makes visual observation difficult. This blank also protects the specimen from harm. During testing, non-lethal ballistics proved ineffective against it. The specimen uses words and phrases that seem to originate from its previous life as a therapist. Some phrases have even been identified as quotes from Dr. Hartman's book, The Creator's Dilemma. This seems to indicate the host's personality remains blank to some degree. For research purposes, Shaded Hartman was relocated to the Cauldron Lake Lodge, a replica built for the blank AWE, the Cauldron Lake AWE investigation. Researchers hope a familiar setting may trigger new behavior. This experiment has yielded no results so far. Now, this, if I remember correctly...
I need a ranger sent to this location, stat.
How, like, okay, this is introduced first in the Foundation, the first DLC. You call on this, and then
Nice to see a director out in the field.
A ranger will appear. Now, it makes a little bit more sense in the Foundation because that is an area that is accessible to other people in the FBC. But how the fuck does this guy get here? Like, we are shown that this place is totally cut off from the rest of the oldest house because the fire break is gone. So how the fuck did this guy get here?
Find an opening. Engaging.
Oh, that guy die already? Sorry, deployed Ranger 1. No, no, they're shooting at him, so he must be around there somewhere. Oh, there he is. Oh, no, don't use the light. Don't launch the light, Jesse.
There you go. Doesn't that feel better?
Huh? Oh, wow. Well, that's a coincidence. This guy is just taking some fucking hits. Uh-oh. Okay, well, it was extremely unintentional that this light just happened to shine on one of the plants that I needed to shine on, but that's pretty funny. If that hadn't happened, I probably would never have even found that plant, or knew it was there. Okay, well, thank you for helping me, Deployed Ranger 1, but I think we're okay now. You can go back to wherever you came from. Whoa, is that a grenade? Night Spring, the screenplay, page 3. The director steps closer to the horrible entity. He reaches out with a steady hand. You are mine now, creature. I will return you to my facility and control your power. Sir, we don't know. The entity instead rushes forward and engulfs the director. He screams in pain as the scientist looks on and does nothing, like the coward he is. I am not the one being examined. I am not the one locked inside a prison. Gradually, the director emerges from the entity. His once sparkling eyes are now empty and dull. The scientist rushes to him. Sir, we have to escape. We cannot. They are in control now. I got what I wanted. This is deep. Okay, just giving this place a once over to make sure there's nothing in here. Okay. A mold room, I see. There's even extra mold. Okay. I see you.
I knew you'd be.
Oh, and I can't get this out without a light. Okay. We'll read that later. After this is done. Okay, so this light moves in a rotating square. Oh, hey, what the fuck? No, fuck off, Hartman. Okay, where do I stick? All the way over there, huh? Uh-oh. Okay, there's one. I see. Okay. Okay, so now we're just gonna have to take some hits. Whew. Oh, damn it.
There. One less place for him to hide.
Gerbil took the top head. I'm not sure if I should go here first, or if this is going to the other place. I definitely need a light, that's for sure. Oh, yeah, this drops me back into the main area. Nope, nope, nope. I want that one.
Alright, Ati. Was this what you had in mind?
Okay. Now, let's find out what's going on with the gerbil head. Fra Mauro Supplement. Event date, January 31st, 1971 to February 9th, 71. Fra Mauro Formation Luna. The Apollo 14 entity, commonly known as Fra, underwent a series of physical examinations upon its admittance to the oldest house. The entity can speak, though its poor grasp of the English language makes any meaningful communication impossible. Interview material can be found at blank. Its physical form consists solely of the extravehicular mobility unit spacesuit used by NASA astronauts, the same model worn by the other crew. This could be an authentic EMU taken from one of the NASA astronauts, though the suit does not bear any wearer's name, or one materialized through blank conversation or possibly blank corporealization. The suit itself is slightly damaged, which is likely due to the fact that the command module did not have a forced seat for the entity to strap into during re-entry. The EMU is entirely hollow, and pieces can be removed, though this seems to agitate the entity. X-rays and spectrograph imaging has shown blank-shaped outlines existing within the suit. For safety reasons, the entity will be contained in a secure cell until more information can be gathered. It's a fucking alien. They found an alien on the goddamn moon. Rob Morrow's summary. A paranatural entity arrived on Earth by infiltrating the Apollo 14 lunar mission at an unknown point of their voyage to the Fra Mauro Highlands of the Moon. 32 hours after the return of the Apollo 14 command module to Earth, the Bureau was contacted by Mr. Blank, a White House senior official, and instructed to send a small team to the Johnson Space Center in Houston. At the base, the team examined the entity and carried out interviews with NASA staff. They learned that 4 astronauts had returned to the Earth instead of the expected 3. Each human crew member was insistent that the mission left with 4 members, though they couldn't name the 4th when asked. The entity seemingly affected their memory to make its presence feel unremarkable. The entity was transported to the oldest house for further investigation. Note: an altercation between NASA security and the investigation team occurred upon their arrival. Mr. Blank called to clarify the matter, though tensions remained high. Bureau jurisdiction and clearance should be defined more clearly with other federal agencies.
Yes, hello? Yes, me? Worry who? C to C.
Hello?
Hello! Great about us today. Long roads and no hardly. You are Bygone?
Sure. Why are you locked up in here?
Ah, casual turning. Back and front. And Gerbil took the top head. Not being pressed for that. Lady going and loosing back for eye?
Sorry, I think I'm misunderstanding you. What do you want?
The head? The head for tails? For reading news, jars, words, and tumble. The reading head.
Okay, take it easy. I'll take a look.
So maybe it wants something to read. Or a jar. Let's just see what we can find. This could be what it wants. Let's give it a shot.
Now, I know what he wants, and I know where it is, but I'm not entirely sure if I could just skip everything and grab it, or if I have to, like, go through the motions first.
No, jars. A head. Scotch and peppers?
Head.
Okay, that wasn't right. Let's try something else. Maybe it'll like this.
Head. A-S-B-E. Head.
Nope. Let's keep trying.
Whatever. So if you were paying attention, it says that the entity basically is the like the spacesuit that it's contained in. So do you remember how there was a spacesuit head in the office up here? Wait, is this the right room? Yes.
A helmet.
Its head.
For a head. Is that what the prisoner meant? I guess there's only one way to find out.
Wait, what? Am I at the right spot? This was definitely not the control point I left from. Yeah, okay.
The head! River Chicken Station! Oh, far tastier. Press any button?
So the helmet is what you're after, huh?
Tubes! Snug and grape. Pure grapes. Hail a lady.
You're welcome, I guess. Did Kirkland lock you up in here?
Chief trouble? Yes. Teddy's long around. But holdout's unhappiest. Can gather for goldfishes. No wrinkle.
Okay. Well, sounds like you're doing fine in there now. Just make sure you don't go anywhere.
Jelly.
At least we helped this guy. I think. Best we leave it locked up, though. We have no idea what it is, and we don't need any more problems out here.
Okay, I noticed I got a named thin space. Projectile speed 500%. That's pretty cool. now I am where I just was. Active investigations, yes. Right? Where am I going? Yeah, I'm going across. Wow, I honestly expected to be much further along by now.
I was in the investigation sector when it was evacuated. Well, not there. I was in executive because they have the best snack machines. You may think they're all the same because of that plain white packaging, but there's a difference. You know those thick ruffled potato chips? They're my favorite. All the machines outside executive carry those flimsy little thin chips. They have no texture. I may as well eat cardboard. Anyway, I get back to the elevator and they tell me the sector is being evacuated. They wouldn't even let me go back in for my stuff. Can you believe that? I worked at that desk for years. I had photos on it. My favorite stapler, one of those good ones that could staple a 50-page report, no problem. A little cash, and some, personal recordings. But, yeah, they locked the whole area down tight, no one in or out. And then they march us all back to executive to interview everyone. I wasn't even there when it happened, and they were asking me if I noticed anything suspicious, if I saw anyone tampering with the containment cell and so on. Well, the only thing they learned was I prefer the ruffled chips to the non-ruffled ones. Better mouthfeel, like I said before. And then, after 3 hours of questions, they recommend we all go for trauma counseling. I was like, no thanks, I have my own therapist. I know I could use the word therapist and save a few bucks, but I worry they're going to put anything I say in a file somewhere. A bit paranoid, I know, but I work for a secret government organization, so yeah. I stopped going a few years back. To my therapist, I mean. She said that a lot of my issues stemmed from a negative outlook. Of course, I can't tell her anything about what I do, so I just had to sit there and nod. I kept waiting for that big aha moment. You know, where I realized that my need for approval stems from my dad or something? Turns out therapy doesn't work like that, so I stopped going. TV really gives you a skewed understanding of these kind of things. She did help me realize that I'm processing stress in an unhealthy way. I try not to carry all that around with me anymore, but it does stack up. Hard to just say no thank you to the anxiety buzzing in your head. One really helpful thing she had me do was find a creative outlet. I started doing some experimental music/poetry that I think was really ahead of its time. This was years back. I'm cooking up some pretty new sounds these days. Think My Bleeding Clock meets Sylvia Plath. Do you play any instruments?
Curious.
Well, I could see you being a guitarist, maybe a bassist. It's funny, I played the tuba in high school band. My favorite was In the Hall of the Mountain King. Tuba didn't get a lot of spotlight in most of the songs Mrs. McKinley chose, but Mountain King was my time to shine. Bum 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 bum. Ah, classic. I've moved on to less mainstream instruments now, but the tuba will always be a part of me. What were we talking about before? Right, the evacuation. Yeah, I heard afterward that the Hartman specimen had gotten loose and killed some staff. They had me digitizing records in some dark corner of the sector, so I didn't know a whole lot about the Bright Falls investigation at the time. It's a strange case. Most AWEs are one and done, but Bright Falls has pretty regular flare-ups. 3 incidents since 1970 when we first started tracking it. I got really interested when I heard Alan Wake was involved with the latest occurrence. I'm a huge Wake fan. I love the Alex Casey novels. That over-the-top, hard-boiled detective thing is right up my alley.
Oh my god, dude.
A movie of the series.
It can't be a coincidence that I saw him in a motel.
Gravel in his voice, you know? I remember being so
by the investigation?
pissed when Wake killed off Casey in the books. It's not a huge surprise, though. Wake sounded like a bit of a dick. Drank too much, fought paparazzi. The tabloids even said he was an abusive husband. So, yeah, troubled artist and all that. Apparently, there were chapters of an unfinished manuscript floating around after Wake disappeared. People say they're cursed, which is a very discriminatory term against altered materials, by the way. The forums all call the unfinished book Departure because Wake kept saying it would be a departure.
Okay, that name comes back.
I found some pages that are supposedly the real deal on the internet. It's pretty dark stuff. He was going full horror, which makes sense since he used to write for Night Springs, but I would have preferred if he did something a little lighter. I've always said Wake had a great instinct for humor. Hey, did you know we own Night Springs? Yeah, the Bureau bought the rights after the original series ended. I've sent some story suggestions to the production team, but apparently they are not accepting pitches at this time. Typical. I'd be a great addition to their team, right? Huh. I didn't see you nod. Is this thing not on? Let me check.
It's definitely on.
It's definitely on, Langston.
Okay. Oh, the wire's down here. Huh. Oh, looks like it should be working. Hello? If you can hear me, shoot something. That was inconclusive. You shoot so often, it's hard to know when it's intentional. There also could be a delay on this video feed. Maybe the system just needs a reboot. This is a good opportunity to use a restroom anyway. Stay safe, ma'am. You guys are going to escort me, right? Okay, good.
Wow. Wow, Langston. Wow. I guess I shouldn't be too discriminatory. I have been sitting talking to myself on the stream for almost 3 hours, so maybe I shouldn't hate on him too much, but wow, that dude talks a lot. Actually, it has been just about 3 hours, I figured I would be just about done with this by now. I didn't realize, like, it was my fault for reading all those notes for like 20 minutes at the beginning, and I forgot that there was even more notes in the initial area that just kind of lore dump on you with everything. So I apologize for that, but I think I'm just gonna come up here to the next control point, and we're gonna call it for the day. I wasn't really intending for this to be a 5-hour stream. Maybe I can go a little bit longer. I guess it depends on how quickly. This time, do I get to skip all the bullshit with moving the transit corridor? heard somebody. Oh, I guess we're going
Send a ranger out.
into
Director's
another
orders.
battle. Oh, nope, we do have to rotate. Hooray! Damn, this guy's getting rocked. Now, there is actually an achievement for letting your ranger guys get just like 20 kills or something like that. I don't know how the fuck you're supposed to actually let that happen, considering they do like no damage and they take a ton of damage. Okay, so... Oh, hello, Mr. Ranger. Where are we going? Do you know where we're going? Oh, up there, I guess. Brain missing. To the good for nothings at the security check. I know you took a part of my brain when you put me through that metal detector. I'm not stupid. I know what they're really for. What I don't know is whether taking a part of my brain causes me to lose my memories or to lose sleep. I've been told if you lose sleep, you lose everything else too. That's where you trick us regular people. Now, I don't know which it is and I can't remember what you did to me. But I can tell you this much, I don't find this funny at all. I want my memories back, and you can be sure the next time I visit the Baltimore-Washington International Thurgood Marshall Airport, I will come and find you and make you fix what you broke. Sincerely, I don't think I will be signing this with my real name. Like I said, I'm not stupid. You can just mind your own business. Oh, this is one of Ati's things. Okay, so there should be another couple around here somewhere. Nope, no, 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 I didn't want to fall down. Shit. Uh-oh. Where the fuck am I? Okay, well that lets me out there, so that's okay. Yeah, I really did not want to drop down there. There's like a hidden room or anything out here, or was it just for the one box? That's kind of weird. I wonder if I can get on top of this light, if I can get back up there. Guess not. Okay. Well, I guess we're going the long way around. Okay. No, don't do that. Keep... Oh, lost my light. Here we go. Oh, mold guys. Unexpected. Night Springs screenplay, page 2. The robust director shoves the nerd-like scientist aside and heads for the portal control panel. He slams the on button with a determined fist. All the more reason. The entire screen is filled with the dangerous red. Then it fades away and we see that the two men are in another dimension. The air ripples around them as if they were a 1983 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am sitting in the Texas sun after a 5-day road trip. Wow, Alan. Wow. Okay. Unknown dimension. What have you done? You've doomed us. Control yourself, Doctor. Where's this beast of yours? Right there, sir. A horrible, shapeless, shifting entity fills the horizon. It can't be described. That's how horrible it is. What a thing of beauty you've been keeping from me. Reading these lines, I'm surprised this became Alan's day job. Holy shit.
There. No AC, no mold spore circulation. But it might get a bit stuffy in here.
I still need to find those plants. I mean, if I don't, I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm not gonna run around here looking for those fucking plants, but still. And I need to find a copy machine. I don't know where the copy machine is. Okay, so what's...
Christ. Did the Hartman thing do all this?
Okay, so I got a limited number of blocks, and I have to use this. I'm assuming there is at least one block, yes, hidden away. So how many I have 2 blocks right now. I need 3 to get in that door. This one, okay, this one has 2 red wires. Red wire there. And red wire here gets me block number 3. And 3 blocks gets me into this door. So we need one block there. Nope. Come back. Here. Where's my 3rd block? Wait, what? Oh, okay. And block here. Gets me block 4. No, don't do that. Stop. Which gets me in here. And then, what do I need to get in here? White. Where's white? Okay, and to actually leave, I just need a yellow. What? That was not... Nope. Okay.
Reminder. The law of 3 also applies to all faucets within the oldest house.
All faucets?
Be mindful and don't cause any aquatic misconduct. Thank you for your attention.
So how does that work with a faucet? You have to turn it on, and then turn it off, and then turn it on? Can I like push it over the edge so it won't break? I got a feeling if like it triggers the light dying. If I carry it over the edge. So what happens if I just...
Lots of dark corners to hide in. Okay, let's get the lights on and clear him out.
Okay, so what's the gimmick here? Oh, go away. Ouch. Fuck off. So then I press this thing, and it does what? Oh, hey. Well, I guess that was nice. Okay, well, I guess at least that was less annoying than the spaceship one.
Where's it running off to now?
Get it in its tracks. Investigate the train altered item. Oh, god damn it. Okay, well that one's on me. Do we see any notes on the racks? Not seeing any highlights. Okay. Notes? No notes? Okay, there does appear to be some darkness back there. So we need 2 more darkness. Might as well keep an eye out for some notes. The other places had notes hidden on the racks. Not seeing any. Oh, well, here's an audio log.
Agent Guthrie, interrogation 4C pertaining to the Eagle Limited incident and its subsequent, state alteration.
Look, buddy, I have no clue what you're talking about.
So you deny being a part of a radical group aiming to affect inanimate objects in a manner that would yield, unusual results?
Yeah, I deny. But hey, tell me more about these results. They sound real unusual.
I'm sure you recognize that the measures this group of yours takes to achieve their goals can be considered acts of terrorism.
Goals? Measures? You're being very vague. Did you know you're being very vague?
All right, 62 dead. Passengers and crew, innocent people. Still sound vague to you?
You might as well stop wasting both our time. I won't say anything, and you can't say anything. I know you can't.
Tell you what I can do. I can throw your sorry ass in one of our cozy containment cells. You can rot there until you're ready to talk. Or you could just save us both the trouble and tell me all about how you're going around creating altered items. How's that sound? Did you really think we wouldn't catch on to you? We always do. Always. So you might as well come clean. For your sake.
I think I'll just talk to my lawyer instead.
That's not how it works around here, buddy. But tell you what, why don't I leave you here to think on it for a while? See you in, couple of days.
Wait.
So, FBC has some questionable dealing or ways of dealing with paracriminals. Well, I guess the box is okay, but I am looking for the darkness bubbles. You got any of those? Hello, darkness? Anybody seen some darkness? Oh, that's where Hartman went. I don't want to go there yet. So I'm looking for darkness.
All aboard?
Let's go in here first. Eagle Limited Supplement. The Bureau has gathered concrete evidence that the train derailment was in fact work of the paracriminal group known as Blank, which, according to the Bureau's intel, has shown a concerning interest in experimenting with the artificial manufacturing of altered materials. Knowing the group largely operates in the American Midwest, the Bureau has worked alongside the FBI to ascertain their movements and rendezvous locations. This cooperation provided agents with information that led to an arrest in conjunction with the AWE case. Under suspicion of involvement, Blank was brought in for questioning. An interrogation performed by Agent Blank resulted in the suspect being kept in a holding cell for 2 days without food in breach of the Paracriminal Rights Act. Afterwards, the suspect confessed to his involvement in the Blank group and provided information on other members in exchange for his freedom. Yeah, if the agent wasn't already dead and I think we would have a problem. Of course, I have a problem right now of not being able to find these darkness bubbles. IT, help! Where are they? Point me in the right direction. Oh, there's one over there. With a light literally right next to it. Okay, there's one more. Oh, wanna bet it's over there? I feel like this is a sign that it's near. I just keep going up. I feel like it's strange that there were... Oh, there it is. Haha. There we go.
Done. That should make him happy.
You're welcome.
Okay. See, I knew that light was pointing the way. Okay. Connect with the train. So the objective, if I remember correctly, is to make the event, to listen to the events and then do them in the order that the accident happens.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard the Eagle Limited bound for Chicago. Please have your tickets ready and enjoy the ride.
Good evening, all you fine-looking folks. Here's some smooth tunes to ease your minds and please your ears as we wait for that delicious dinner to roll right on in.
Next stops, Alton, Carlinville, and Springfield. That's Alton, Carlinville, and Springfield. Tickets, please. Tickets.
Okay, well that one's obviously the last one. Okay, so that one, and then that one.
Oh my god, fire! Fire! Everyone, stay in your seats! In your seats! There's nothing to... Sir, sit down! Oh. Everyone, hold on!
This one, and this one.
Good evening, all you fine-looking folks.
Wait.
Here's some smooth
No,
tunes
this one.
to ease
Next
your
stops,
minds
Alton,
and please your
Carlinville,
ears
and Springfield.
as we
That's
wait for
Alton,
that delicious
Carlinville,
dinner
and
to
Springfield.
roll right on in.
Tickets, please. Tickets.
Good
Okay, so
afternoon,
this
ladies
one-
and gentlemen, and welcome aboard the Eagle Limited bound for Chicago.
This one.
Please have your tickets ready and enjoy the ride.
This one.
Carlinville, and Springfield. Tickets, please.
This one.
Tunes to ease your minds
This
and
one.
please your ears
This one.
as we wait for that dinner to roll right on in.
Sit down.
That wasn't right? Oh, yep, so here we go.
Excuse me, ma'am. Do you have a ticket?
You had a pretty dark ride, huh? But I hope you're done replaying it now.
Okay, and then we got a collectible for that. Train car procedures. The item's altered effect can be avoided by simply not entering it. Proper signage and barriers should provide sufficient containment. The item is currently held in the Investigation Sector AW West hangar for ongoing investigations. The item's exterior is that of a standard CZ-10 Vista Dome train car, the largest known altered item on record. Its interior seems to be an adjacent reality related to a trauma or memory belonging to a blank and not the physical item's own history. Causation for this link is still to be determined, but possibilities include the outside interference possibly responsible for the item's altered state or trauma imprinting via shared memory states. Item was discovered when the Bureau responded to a suspected crime scene in Bloomington, Illinois. The item was identified as an altered item and transported to the Bureau for examination and testing. Okay. So now on to what I believe is the final section. Oh, uh-oh. Go away, please. Shaded specimen, captured. An alert from the Cauldron Lake, Washington monitoring station indicated minor AWE activity occurring in the area. Agent Estevez was dispatched to investigate inside the Hartman, lodge. She discovered the facility's former owner, Dr. Emil Hartman, he had been converted into a shaded individual and displayed violent behavior characteristic of its type. Agent Estevez alerted the on-site research team to the specimen's presence and, with some difficulty, it was successfully contained in a black rock cell. The cell and its inhabitant were transported safely back to HQ, where the specimen remains detained in the investigation sector as part of the Cauldron Lake AWE investigation. Once the investigation is closed, research teams have petitioned to relocate this specimen to their sector for study. Oh, okay. Oh, no. We're going up. We're going up, Jesse. Employee misdemeanor. Employee named Samuel Turnbull. Misdemeanor, assault. Agent Samuel Turnbull committed a misdemeanor while performing his duties as a supervising agent of Project Blank, designed to help undercover agents re-assimilate to office duties. The incident began when Agent Turnbull refused one of the operatives' entry into the oldest house, claiming they had been compromised. The situation escalated as Agent Turnbull attempted to force a confession out of the bastard. The injuries inflicted upon the victim required a trip to the medical wing. Agent Turnbull denied any guilt, maintaining that the victim was some sort of pod person and that he, unlike his colleagues, could see their true intentions: to use the Bureau's connections to climb the ranks of government and eventually into the Oval Office. Despite breaching Bureau Offense Code 45, Agent Turnbull was given leave of absence with full pay due to his sterling record. He will be required to undergo a psychological evaluation upon his return. Oh, sure. So it can play on this one radio, but I can't play it during any other moment of the game. Come on, guys. Oh, you know, actually, I was... Last night, I had the idea to start the stream by, like, letting the song play and then doing the... and then coming in, but I guess I totally forgot about that by the time this morning came around. Motel complaint. Hey Stu, did you hear about Fisher? Got himself into trouble in the motel. Why the hell does anyone volunteer to stake out that place? It gives me the creeps. But hey, at least he came back, if you can call it that. I saw some of the footage they pulled out of there with him. Tom down in evidence processing showed me. Crazy stuff. Fisher had the cameras pointed at himself half the time. I'm guessing he went nuts on day one. He did catch something, though. Got one of those fiber optic cameras under the door of the room he was hiding in and recorded something out in the hall. It looked like a shadow, maybe human. Tom tried to get the quality up, but it's still blurry as fuck. It just reaffirms my position. Stay the fuck out of the motel. Anyway, up for some shoom later? Lisa got up to 1 hour and 38 minutes yesterday. New record to beat. mean, I guess I got points to spend, so, you know, whatever. Yeah, it looks like we still got a little ways to go. What am I at? 3 hours and 20 minutes?
I need to get those lights on.
Whoop. Nope. Goodbye, Hartman. Okay, so here's one light. Is that it? I just needed to blow the one light.
We need a power core.
Looks like we need several. Okay, so how does this work? Plug that in, and what happens?
Another power core.
Nope. Okay. Almost. Not quite, Jesse. And that one opens up. This one, okay. Which opens up that one. Look at that. This is a fully upgraded melee. It couldn't even kill the, like, the loserest enemy in the game. Who has no health.
Okay, now where's the switch?
Yeah, piss off, Hartman. Okay. And now I think we just have to finish him off by following him to the final area. I guess I should have tried following him through that hole, huh? But the door opened, so it seemed like the place to go. Didn't find any of those plants.
Director, ma'am, great timing. Hartman just came through here. God, he was hideous. He tore the security door into the Bright Falls AWE site wide open. He was so ugly, like
Oops.
Wow, I got a good look at him, and Christ, he does not look like he used to. The hiss must have messed him up or something. He looks like a bar rag that's been twisted by the world's strongest man. Or a monster from some 80s horror movie. You know, back when it was all practical effects. Ugh, nasty.
Real
Did you say
professional,
something?
Winston.
Remember, I can't hear you. Never mind, just go after Hartman. Oh, so disgusting.
Okay.
I've written, rewritten. I've written and rewritten. Deconstructed, reconstructed. Experimented with different voices. Changed the style, changed myself. Forgotten the language, relearned the language. Have I been here before? Gone down this path before? The darkness wants to hide the past to make me lose my way. You must know where you've been to know where you're going. I trust what I read on these pages. I wrote them for a reason. My notes to myself. The only way to make progress, recap, then write more. The style then. Lose the fat. Make it clear. Ugly. Functional. Present, be blunt. Only the brutal truth. Cut through the reality, tear it apart, rewrite it. Be clever, make them do the work. Form the image in their minds. They make it, you just imply. Incept. They're drawn to the mystery, obsessed. You set it up, they put it together. Their interpretation, and there's only one because you give them no choice. And they believe in it. Because it's theirs now.
Yeah, I saw the movie. I know how that works.
The darkness wants to hide the past to make me lose my way. I trust what I read on these pages. I wrote them for a reason. Cut through the reality, tear it apart, and rewrite it. They are drawn to the mystery.
Stuck. Let's go take care of it.
This is not cutting the fat, by the way. This is adding padding. No, no, I don't want to destroy the lamp. Uh-oh. The level designers were not listening to Alan Wake about how to make the story more succinct.
Thank you for meeting with us again, Dr. Hartman.
It's my pleasure, gentlemen. I hope the information I provided thus far has been of some small use.
It's been invaluable, Doctor. Really, we have a much clearer picture of this event, thanks to your accounts.
Well, I do consider myself a keen observer of...
We did have one question, though. You mentioned in an earlier conversation that your patients displayed, and I'm paraphrasing here, unnatural abilities that you in fact encouraged during their time in your lodge. It'd be very helpful if you could fill us in on the details there.
Of course. Like yourselves, I work to understand and even bend the rules of our earthly paradigm. My patient's well-being was paramount, of course, but I would hardly be a man of science if I did not reach out at the underlying truth. As I stated in my written proposal, I believe working alongside your organization could be greatly beneficial to both parties. Sharing notes, as they say.
Thank you, Doctor. That's all we need to hear. Remy?
Dr. Emil Hartman, you have been found in breach of codes 4, 8, and 74 of the Federal Bureau of Control Criminal Offense System.
What? You can't do this. I am a well-connected man. You're making a dire mistake, my friend.
You will be detained until further notice and all personal property will be confiscated, including the Cauldron Lake Lodge.
That's preposterous. You can't just seize my property. I'm a United States citizen. I have rights. That lodge is my life's work. I'm offering you years of research.
Get him out of here.
You're making a mistake. You have to listen to me. You have to listen.
Oh, you can't bring the light in here. That's a big door.
I've forgotten again. I had a plan. I know it. I've forgotten. He's coming. I've got to get out of here. Dive deeper.
And if you haven't realized, if you haven't noticed, in relation to me going back to talking about how Remedy likes to reuse people, if you hadn't noticed, Alan Wake, the voice actor for Alan Wake is
whatever is going on with Wake, he clearly needs some help.
Is Matthew Porretta, who plays Dr. Darling. I mean, so the person, the model, and like the actor for Alan Wake, the guy who you're seeing in live action scenes, is not the person who voices him. They dub him over with Matthew Porretta. I still don't know how they get away with American Airlines. Well, that's not great. Ati, can you help me out here, buddy? This house is cleansed.
Going mad. The story needed many beginnings, many springs. Streams that turned into a river, a flood, and then an ocean. This was one. Wake used the materials he had, the connections he had, the people, the places. Wake put them in to make it true.
Yeah, here.
His wife, the psychiatrist, his city. These connections, like magnets, move things. Alice was a conduit. She'd been in the dark place. The thing that had been Hartman sensed her near, sensed Wake through her. Went berserk, broke loose. Wake made sure Alice was already gone by then. Safe. The more springs, the more the story became real. The more people believed. Cause and effect. It was extremely delicate and hard work. It had to go through the path of least resistance where success was most likely. Where there was a connection already. Wake felt the pressure grow in his head. Going mad. Wake had to escape. Right. His escape. He was already out. He wanted to make it true. Wake needed a hero. A hero needed a crisis. For the part in the story about the government agency, Wake needed something special, something to convey an alien force mimicking human intelligence. Something that can't be translated. Translated. Wake channeled Burroughs and Bowie. He cut up sentences and words. Orange peel. You are home. Insane. He put them in a shoebox. He pulled out the words. Wake created a Dadaist poem. He'd try anything once. Or had he tried this before?
See, going back to what I said, like, this game, if you read it a certain way, it implies that Wake, you know, created all of this, which I don't like.
Wake had to escape, right?
I think this game should be like, and this world and Jesse and the FBC should be able to stand alone. You know, they exist in the same world, but I don't like the implication that this is all, like, they only exist because Wake did it, wrote it, you know.
Another replica. Like the one they made for Ordinary. I wonder what happened here.
I can't even see what this is. Oh, it must be a shelter or something?
Director Faden here. Dispatch a ranger to this location.
Hello, deployed ranger. Okay, I don't know what we're doing because I can't see shit, but we're going for it, bud. Okay, see a thing over there. Just take some hits for me, I guess.
Final experiment.
Oh, it wasn't difficult. Okay. Where you at, bitch?
Langston was right. You are pretty rough on the eyes.
Oh, is he gonna? Oh my God, is he gonna kill Hartman? Yeah, do it, do it. Oh no. Okay, I see Hartman fucking around over there. Oh, come on, come on. Oh, I need to sit in the light for a second so I can regen some magic points. Survive! Nope. Come on, Jesse. Oh no, did he kill my guy? You're gonna pay for that, Hartman. Oh, I saw his health bar. He's alive. Ah, bummer.
Hartman won't be a problem anymore, Langston. But investigations need someone to run it. Interested?
I've seen what happens to sector heads, ma'am. No, thank you. Ma'am, I'm getting something on my terminal here, an AWE alert from Bright Falls, Washington. But it might be a glitch. The date's all wrong, a couple of years in the future.
The future?
And we're in lockdown. There shouldn't be any incoming signals.
Maybe it was active before we went into lockdown? Are there agents on site?
Let me check. Agent Estevez is the field agent in charge of monitoring the site, so she should be there to let us know if the situation has been through any major changes recently.
Things set in motion. If the alarm's true, then so is the reason for the alarm. The effect must follow the cause. It's happening again. A return.
And we will see
You have been warned.
departure and return. We will hear those words again in Alan Wake 2. I'm actually contemplating, now that I've played this, I'm kind of getting into the Remedy mode again. I'm contemplating playing Alan Wake 2 after I finish Foundation, but we'll see. Okay, now let's go take a look at what was going on in up in the office.
This must be where they studied Hartman. Kinda looks like Dylan's cell. I wonder if they treated him as badly.
Oh, I'm sure they did. Bright Falls 1976 supplement, September 17th, 76. On the day of the flooding, the rock band Old Gods of Asgard was rehearsing in a field outside the Anderson farm, the homestead of band members Odin and Tor Anderson. Both admitted to being in a heavy state of inebriation at the time, having spent days drinking their homebrewed moonshine while celebrating Deerfest. After the townspeople were evacuated from the flooded field, Sheriff Breaker was asked by Freya Anderson, Freya Anderson, remember that name, daughter of Tor Anderson, to check on her father and uncle. Breaker drove to the Anderson farm and found the band members alive but in need of medical aid. Tor Anderson had been struck by lightning, and Odin Anderson had cut out his own right eye, a possible reference to Norse deities. Tor and Odin. They claimed that they had fought and valiantly defeated a dark army of the Scratching Hag rising from Cauldron Lake. See AWE blank of 1970 related to the suspected Thomas Zane at Diver's Isle. Diver's Isle, While impossible to verify, these events are relevant to the recurring AWE at Bright Falls and the Cauldron Lake AWE. Odin and Tor Anderson have been listed as persons of interest. Now, actually, this, they retcon this a little bit, but this event does occur. But at, in Alan Wake 2, they retcon Odin cutting out his eye. That is, in Alan Wake 2, that changes as an exchange. Odin gives his eye to Warland Door in exchange for leaving his daughter Freya alone. Okay, now we're getting into the story of Alan Wake 2 here, but Warland Door, oh my god. Okay, so Warland lore is I think I've talked about this a couple of streams ago, but in Quantum Break, there is a character named Martin Hatch. Now, Martin Hatch entered a natural... He found a cave that was actually a natural time machine, and it broke him. It, like, split him off into every reality at once, right? Now, since they can't use the names of the characters from Quantum Break legally, in Alan Wake 2, they rename him to Warlin Door, no, Mr. Door. And Mr. Door is, I don't know, in a Quantum Break, he's pretty, like, he's a antagonist. He's a bad guy. In Alan Wake 2, you're not sure what side he's on right now, as of the events of Alan Wake 2. But in the past, Odin had made an exchange with him to cut out his eye because, again, he's at least a para-utilitarian, but there's a lot of intimation that they are the actual Norse gods. And so Warlin Door was actually, I'm not sure if they were married or if they were, like, Freya has a daughter, and you play, her name is Saga. You play as Saga in Alan Wake 2. And in the Warlin Door is her father. I'm not sure if they were ever married, but, like, Thor and Odin thought that he was they didn't like him, and they thought he was a bad influence on Freya. So Odin made this exchange so Warlin Door would go away, essentially. Man, there's so much lore to these games now. Like, I love the story of these games, but trying to, like, sit and explain it is pretty difficult because there's a lot going on. Okay. Whew. Well, what? Okay, Wake evidence. A photograph of Alan Wake captured by Alice Wake during an event in her home. Alice Wake, a former wife of Alan Wake, has recently been visited at night by her ex-husband or entity resembling him. See file blank for more. Being a professional photographer, Mrs. Wake positioned cameras with motion sensors around the corridor he appears in and managed to capture an image of Mr. Wake on film. During an interview with Mrs. Wake, she mentioned that her favorite camera, a Blink model, was lost in 2010 during AWE 35. No match has been found among the confiscated evidence for AWE 35. It has been filed as a potential altered item, and research staff stationed at Bright Falls are being contacted to check if they have any knowledge of such an item. Wake photograph. Now, I guess not really getting into spoilers, but we'll go with the non-spoiler idea. That in Alan Wake 1, they near the end of the game, they start talking about Mr. Scratch, like the Cauldron Lake, the darkness in Cauldron Lake can make like quote unquote dark copies of individuals who get in the lake, and they call that one is known as for the dark altar of Alan Wake is known as Mr. Scratch.
These are the notes of Dr. Emil Hartman. I am continuing my work alone again, since certain parties were too blind to recognize a golden opportunity. Despite my generous offers, the conversations came to naught. Some people simply do not value collaboration as I do. Though I believe now that it was for the best. The sort of bold, pioneering work that I am undertaking cannot thrive under the shackles of bureaucracy and regulation. I have a history of seeking such partnerships. There was a time when I had hoped Alan Wake and I could collaborate. Together we could have produced art such that the world has never seen. But Wake was stubborn, egotistical. Writers usually are. Disappointing nonetheless. But now, like Tom before him, Wake has disappeared into Cauldron Lake. And this is where my work turns hypothetical. Since he was lost to the lake, Thomas Zane has been observed by various townspeople. This indicates to me that the individuals within the lake are not entirely gone. I anticipate Wake will similarly return one day. While I may harbor some resentment for the man, his raw talent and determination are undeniable. From this, I have concluded that the lake and the dark place within it are not as removed from this world as I previously thought. Given my acute awareness of what awaits within, my meticulous preparations, and my considerable education, I believe myself much more prepared than either Tom or Wake. I should be able to cross into that dark realm with the chance to return as they have. All that remains is the dive itself. It frightens me, I admit, but such is the burden of the truth seeker. I will take my plunge into the dark tomorrow, with only the light of knowledge to guide me. It is time for a breakthrough. Until I return.
Yeah, well, that obviously didn't work out for him. Oh, so this is a replica of the front of the lodge, anyways. Nope, nope, nope. Come on. There's always another box somewhere up here. Any papers or anything? Oh, another box. And I've already filled up all my shit again. Jesus. Infinite. That's got to be pretty good, right? Weapon reload after seizing enemy. What kind of shit is that? Who cares? Evade costs on dealing. Okay. Ooh, launch energy cost 25%. Okay, well I'll take that at least. Okay, Mr. Ranger. Well, I think you can go home now. Or, you can go back to base anyways. Oh. I had opened an elevator, I just couldn't tell. Alice Wake interview. Compiled by Derek Shaw and Carolyn Dempsey. After reaching out to the Bureau, Alice Wake was brought to the oldest house for an interview on blank 2017. Full transcript. Interview conducted by Agent Shaw and Dempsey revealed that Mrs. Wake has had recurrent nightly visitations from her missing ex-husband in her New York apartment. Mr. Wake appeared out of nowhere and rushes at her down the corridor. According to her impression, he appears crazy and horrifying, clearly coming at her with violent intent. Mrs. Wake believes that he is haunting her, insisting he is not Alan, but a fucking monster in his body. Mrs. Wake has not been sleeping out of the fear of these visits. Her attempts to keep the lights on through the night result in the relevant hallway's light bulb breaking every night, possibly indicating involvement of the Blake. Further investigation required. We propose installing monitoring equipment in the apartment. Copies of supply requests have been sent to Mr. Kirkland and administration for approval. Yeah, see, this is the original lodge. Yes. Yes, what? And this is Bright Falls. You will see this again. In Main Street, Bright Falls. The sheriff's station is back there. All right. Where's the copy machine, though? Operations Center. I'm not going to look for those plants, but I would like to know where this copy machine is. Oh, did I miss something down there? Ah, copy machine.
Agent Fisher, day 6 inside the motel.
Jeez.
Utilized surveillance methods are as follows. Fiber optic cameras slid under the individual room doors. Motion detectors in the lobby area. Tripwire, triggering a flash camera across the main entrance. Even fingerprint powder on the front desk. Results are varying at best. But mostly just inconclusive and unusable. The footage is corrupted. Sometimes even the equipment is damaged. I don't know how, exactly. I think this place is making fun of me. That's the only explanation. I can hear them laughing and screaming behind the closed doors. I can hear the call bell go and ding multiple times a day, but when I look, there's no one there. I know I'm supposed to stay out of sight, but I've seen the doors closing just before I can catch even a glimpse of anyone or anything. They're messing with me, whoever they are. I think... Wait, shh. There's something. I gotta get this... Gotta get the cable out. Come on, you fiber optic fuck, cooperate. Okay, there we go. All right, that was faint, but I definitely heard movement coming from the hallway. I think I might have finally caught one. Ha! The recording better work this time, or I swear to God I'll... What? Hello? Who's there? Oh, shit. I'm with the FBC. Move away from the door. I have a... Where's my...
Agent Fisher? Where'd you go, buddy? Is the tape still rolling? I can't tell if it's still going or not. I guess the X is back on, so it must have died. Rocky Mount, Virginia. Sterling College. Okay, hang on. Hang on. FBC. Is it this one?
Agent Fisher, day 6 inside the motel. Utilized surveillance methods are as follows. Fiber optic cameras slid under the individual room doors. Motion detectors.
I'm assuming that must have been like the end of it.
Triggering a flash camera across the main entrance. Even fingerprint powder on the front desk. Results are varying at best. But mostly just inconclusive and unusable. The footage is corrupted. Sometimes even the equipment is damaged. I don't know how exactly. I think this place is making fun of me. That's the only explanation. I can hear them laughing and screaming behind the closed doors. I can hear the call bell go and ding multiple times a day, but when I look, there's no one there.
You know, I kind of wonder if this implies that the people, like, who,
I've seen the doors
I guess, entities that enter the Ocean View are on different resonances, or like they are in their individual like planes of reality. Like the doors are opening and closing. There are people in there at the same time, but he can't see them because they're in a different dimension. Like they're both in the same location at the same time, but nobody can see each other because it's operating on several different layers of reality at the same time, you know.
The recording better work this time, or I swear to God. What? Hello? Who's there? Oh, shit. I'm with the FBC. Move away from the door. I have a... Where's my...
Okay. Ballard, Utah. Bright Falls, Washington. New York. That's the oldest house. Ordinary. Keystone. Lansing. And Pemberton. Okay.
This certainly feels familiar.
Mail 3 copies. Okay, where do I do that? Utility corridor, abandoned offices, and the observation deck. I don't even know where these places are. Abandoned offices. Another one? Jeez, I'm just trying to mail a letter here, guys.
That's 1 cent.
Utility corridor and observation deck.
Two down, 1 to go.
And utility corridor away on the other side of the map. So. And of course, there's no fast travel close, so we just have to run, I guess. We really need to send somebody in here to do something about the power in this place. Jesus. Ah, this is why I had to go in here, huh? And I fell again. So there's some tubes in here somewhere? What? Huh? Huh? I'm not seeing much in the way of mail tubes. What's going on here? Do I use the radio to do something? Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little confused. It says I'm in the right place. Utility corridor. But I'm not seeing shit for... What the hell? I'm very confused. Is there something up there? What the fuck? No, 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 fuck you guys. I'm not trying to do that right now. What the fuck? Okay, and there's nothing below. Hey. Do any of you guys know where the mail room is? I'm looking for the mail room. I don't even know what she's picking up right now. I'm trying to pick up and throw shit, and she's like not throwing anything. I mean, this room seems like it would be the place with the mail tubes, right? But there's no mail tubes. Utility corridor. Maybe it just was not in that place like I thought it was. Like, I mean, the map shows it's right there, but maybe it's not actually where it is physically. Yeah, see, okay, there you go. Just being stupid.
And that's 3. That should take care of any bad karma or whatever. But how did that first letter get in here? I wonder if I could track it to the source.
Okay, how the fuck do I get? Help, I'm lost. I'm lost, I can't see. Huh? Okay. Turn to shifted offices. AWE loading bay.
I guess I should just follow the tube. So you're the one sending out spam mail.
There's 2 mailboxes, huh?
And that takes care of that. No more superstitious blackmail.
We got a weapon mod called Spam Mail. What does Spam Mail do? Spam Mail. Explosives to spin. Weapon damage after kills 100%. Oh, and we got another one. One-way track. Projectile spread minus 100. Okay. Well, since I'm not gonna find those... Oh, will it show me on the map where they are? Abandoned offices. Oh, actually, there's supposed to be one right here in the loading bay.
Welcome back to the land of the living, little buddy.
Okay. Will the last one be as easy to find? Yep. Here we go. Okay. Operations corridor. My cats are starting to get antsy. I'm surprised they lasted this long. It's almost been 4.5 hours. Okay. Now, which direction in the operations corridor? Oh, here's one. And 2. I don't know how you guys are surviving in this fucking mess, but good for you. And 3. Okay. And abandoned offices. Did I ever even go in here? Apparently I must have. Okay, so I need a light and plants. Here's a light. Where are the plants? If there's one hiding in here like in the last place? Maybe not. No, no, no. Don't drop the lamp. Okay, I don't think that's the plants we're talking about. Oh, there's one. Okay. And... Oh! Whoa, we got a runner. I wonder where it went. It ran around here somewhere. I still gotta find the plants, though. Oh, hey, there's the plant. Now I lost the lamp. Okay. Oh, what? Damn it. Where is that vending machine? Interesting. Oh, that wasn't the third one? Uh-oh, okay. So, one more. We still gotta find that vending machine. Yeah, got that one. Hello, Mr. Plant. Mr. Vending Machine. Ah, here we go.
Here's some sunshine to brighten your day. It's artificial, though.
Ati postcard. A crazy person works hard and a wise person gets away with less. Happy vacation to me. Oh, chain letter. Okay. Oh no, the spooky man letter has found you. The spooky man curse is coming for you. To miss the curse, you must mail this letter to people. If you don't, the curse will get you. The more letters you mail, the better off you will be. Sally Houston did not send the letter, and the spooky man ate her cat. Terrence and Greenstone did not send the letter, and the spooky man gave him acne. Kyle did not send the letter, and now his wife eats dinner alone. Linda did send more letters, 30 letters in total so far, and look at her now. She owns 3 cars. She has all her fingers. She speaks Italian. You need to mail this letter. You better mail this letter. Don't let the spooky man come. He'll take your cat. Go find your stamps. Hurry.
How does that work? And that's the last one.
Okay.
Should appoint someone to take care of these guys. Supervisor of Houseplant Well-Being.
I'd do that job. Okay, now where's the vending machine? That dude hauled ass out of here and now he's gone. Interesting. I would have assumed that he would be in the area somewhere. I didn't think they'd vanish like that. Oh my god. Sometimes I wish you could, I wish there was a mod that would stop enemies from spawning as you run around the oldest house. It's kind of weird that the music is cutting off like that. Just open the fucking door. Come on, Jesse, come on. Jesus. Mr. Vending Machine. Where did you go? Cotton Eye Joe. That is not the vending machine you are looking for. I don't know how it could have gotten up here. Although it is a moving vending machine, but still. Like... Well, I guess if it isn't super important for me to find it. I finished all the AWE stuff, so whatever. Other than the vending machine. It's just gonna annoy me that I saw it, and now I can't find it. Why is that light creating dust? Well, I don't know. Okay, well, I suppose this is it for the Alan Wake event DLC. It went on, I'm not gonna lie, it went on quite a bit longer than I had expected it. Oh, wait! Damn. Okay, so it went on quite a bit longer than I expected it to, but I hope everyone enjoyed the journey. Yeah, this, I don't know what I'm doing, this goes nowhere. I need to go back to a control point. Sector head office. One thing where's sector head office? What the fuck? Sealed firebreak. Why don't they call it the same thing? Okay. I just want to check one thing. Because I do vaguely... Nope. That's not it. Okay, whatever. Let's head back to Central Executive. And then tomorrow, we will finish up our Control playthrough with the Foundation DLC. I am gonna Google what the hell the deal is with that vending machine, though, because I want to know. No, I know. Yeah, my cats get super antsy. Okay. So, what's a good outfit for... Did that... We wore that today. Director, attack response, extra dimensional suit, maybe. I don't know. I really like the attack response. This is like my favorite, honestly. I really like this outfit. Actually, does Emily have anything to say about the journey we just went on?
Sightings in the Ocean View Motel. Could survivors be hiding inside?
It's possible. I remember a report about a similar incident from '84. The Bureau lost contact with a whole department during a house shift. The department head was found in the motel 2 years later, his arm stuck in the vending machine.
Make a note to send in a search party when possible.
That sounds horrifying, to be honest.
Hi, Jesse.
Nope. Okay, well,
I've got a bureau to run.
just thought I'd check.
See you soon. Yes, ma'am, Director Faden.
Please, Emily. Not even as a joke.
Okie doke. So, yes, we have wrapped up AWE, and tomorrow we will be back for Foundation. Have a good day, everybody, and thanks for watching.